And we used to develop views in the form of JSPs, HTMLs, all these kind of, server-side views. And we would then write controllers, which would take the request, call the model, and select views with JSP to render response and all of that. So this is a kind of an outdated kind of an architecture because we no longer have server-side views. Now, the requirements, the modern day requirements are very different in the sense that we not only would like to have a browser-based application, the same functionality should also be invocable using an Android client app, an iPhone app, or as well as a browser-based application. So the UI functionality was kind of plucked out of the server side and put into purely on the client side. So the server side now consists of just the application logic being exposed in a language and platform independent way, which is what we call the main mechanism used for that, RESTful services, RESTful API, and so on. And the client applications would be developed using whatever Angular, React for browser, maybe some sort of Java, Kotlin for Android, some sort of a Flutter or something else for iPhone, and so on. Right. So that's the idea behind this RESTful services. So the main thing, therefore, in RESTful services is exposing your application in such a way that all the client developers understand it. So the main thing about REST is exposing your application functionality with HTTP as the application protocol. So remember, HTTP defines its own semantics of get, post, put, delete, the meanings of these methods and the semantics of these methods. Some are idempotent, some are non-idempotent, right? And the response status codes, right? In terms of, for what kind of operations, what kind of outcomes are indicated via what kind of response status codes. So following this is the primary, main thing with RESTful services. So I don't know if I were to maybe interview someone, some engineer at an entry level or medium, mid level to develop RESTful services, I would really look at how well the person understands HTTP, the RESTful semantics, and so on. Right. So it's not just about, just enabling some HTTP request at some URL using some request method. That is not good. So you should use the right HTTP method, right kind of headers, right kind of status code, and so on. All right. So that's why we were discussing yesterday about that learn with an example of how to model. So we said that we model basically resources as nouns. Typical pattern followed is the collection resource and an individual item resource. Slash is used to indicate a whole park parent-child relationship. And we use the get, post, put, delete, etc. for kind of a CRUD kind of operations. So we try to expose all the application functionality using only these get, post, put, delete without additional verbs. That is, your URIs and all should not have verbs. Right. So yesterday we discussed about how to potentially expose. Let's just summarize that and then get to the implementation of it. All right. So just to summarize everything, all the RESTful ideas, best practices, provide a URI for each resource that you want to expose. All right. So for every resource should be available at a different URI. Importantly, don't hide things in parameters. That is, you don't have like one general URL and question mark action equal to delete, or question mark, data equal to product, ampersand action equal to list. Don't do those kind of things. Don't do those kind of things. So you should be making a request to slash products. And if you want to list or retrieve, you should make a get request, right? and prefer URIs that are logical than physical. Don't use .html, .jsp, .asp, .php kind of URLs. Use logical URLs. And always use nouns for URIs, not verbs. Resources are things, not actions. Actions are the HTTP request methods. You perform request methods on resources. You perform requests on resources and make especially gets idempotent, side effects free. And there is also something we are not going to cover it, but maybe later on really look up. There is something called this this Haiti OS, hypermedia as the engine of application state, right? HATEOAS, right? What that really suggests is whenever you return JSON or XML about one resource, if there is a related resource, include a link to it. Include a link. Very much like, a web page. When you get a web page, that will have hyperlinks for related information. So that makes in case of web pages, that makes it self-propelled. The user can click on something and go forward, right? Imagine if you go to a web page and that web page contains some amount of information, but no links at all for finding out anything related. That will be a very frustrating experience. Sometimes you would have found that you land up on such pages and you feel you don't know where to go forward. All right, I see that I read something, but I don't know what to do next. Similarly, for client application developers, right, and for client applications, mm, having links inside the responses, that is URLs to further other resources, RESTful links, can be very useful. And minimize the use of query strings. Prefer to use something like part/00345 than using part/?part ID equal to 00345. Because, here the relationship between this parts and the 00345 is not clear. Here it is very clear that this is whole, this is part, right? And also this URL can be used for not only get, it can also be used for put, it can also be used for delete and all that, right? So use query strings only for searches, not for addressing the resource itself, not for containing the primary key itself. So the primary key kind of value should go as an identifier of a resource itself. And use slash for representing a whole part parent-child relationship. All right, so now let's we discuss the theory. Let's get to the implementation. So I have my product app. Let me make this RESTful, right? So let me make this RESTful. And so where is my application logic? My application logic is present in my service layer. So this is the logic that I really want to. I'll remove this change price. I really didn't want this. Just have that first type of concept. Right. So now this is my interface. So now, how do I expose this application? How do I expose this Java functionality over HTTP? That's the whole point. That is, I want to expose this functionality in a language independent way, which is accessible over HTTP. That's the whole point of a RESTful service. All right. So how do I go about doing it? So how should I expose? Let me copy this and put it in a notepad file for simple discussion. Right. So this is what I want to expose. Right. So let's start with this. So what are the first question? If you want to do RESTful API design, what is the first question? What resources to expose? what are the resources that I'm going to expose. What resources do you see here?
Product.
Noun identification, right? So you see product as one noun, and you also see list of products. So you see an individual product and you see list of product. So you can clearly already see the collection resource and individual item resource, right? So I can do something like, okay, so I have a list of products. So what is a good URI to model list of products resource, product list resource?
Products. Yes.
The URI, right? What is a good URI to model an individual product resource?
Dash product.
Products slash ID, right? All right. So now we want the client to be able to request and get a list of all the products, the equivalent of this functionality. So this is like a read operation. So what kind of request should the client make? The read is client should make a get request for slash products URI. And what kind of response will be sent back? Okay, client will make a get request for slash products. When the client makes a get request for slash products, we should call this somehow find all method, produce this list of product objects, right? And can we send this list of Java objects to the client?
As a JSON.
So we should send the JSON. Not only JSON, we should send an HTTP response, right? So we received an HTTP request. We should send HTTP response. What all should be there in HTTP response? HTTP response consists of status code, headers, and body, right? So possible body. So what should be the status code? What status code is good for this?
200.
Yeah, 200, because we do have a body request handled successfully, and we do have a body, right? When framework takes care of when we add a body based on the type of body, framework also populates content type header with the applications JSON. So in the body, I should have the JSON array in the body, right? For this list of products, I can send a JSON array in the body. I can send a JSON array in the body. Right. So this is what will be for this find all. Now, for this find by ID, so we said the URI could be slash product slash ID. Again, what kind of request shall we make?
Get request.
Again, get request for one individual product, right? And what kind of response should we send back?
$200.
200 plus an JSON object, right? Plus one JSON object, that individual product JSON object. Or is it not possible that product with that ID does not exist? I mean, that is not there in the database. Then what?
Exception we have to send. Handle the exception.
We have to handle the exception. There is no exception. I'll just get a null. Or if you're using optional, if you're using repository, you'll get empty optional.
Yes, sir. Null pointer exception 400.
No, neither of them is good. 400 means what does 400 mean? 400 means something wrong with the client's input data.
204, sir. 204.
204 means request successfully handled.
It's
404.
404.
Yeah, so it is 404, right? So it is 404. Accept that, value. Some of you may be resisting 404. That will seem like my app is not working. No, nothing like that. So it simply means this resource, the resource identified a particular product. That particular resource does not exist, right? So you should return back 404. That is the most appropriate status code for this, right? That a product with this ID not found. So 404. 204 would mean success. That is not correct. Right? 400 would mean something wrong with input data passed by the client. That is incorrect. Right? 404 is more appropriate. Right? So this is what I meant. Use REST correctly, the RESTful principles correctly. So if you were to return something like 204, 400 and things like that, the client developer will be royally confused. If he gets 404, sorry, if he gets 400, he will be like, oh, something wrong with data I'm sending. What is the data I'm sending? Only one ID. What mistake am I doing? So he will wonder. Right? If you send 204, the client developer is like, oh, the service says it's successfully handled, but I don't see it. It is not getting, I don't get the data. So what is the point of success of a read operation if there is no data? So you see, you have to use these things correctly. All right. Next, this adding a new product. Right. So what kind of HTTP request method, what kind of URI, etc. I should use?
Post.
Yeah. So this is not a read operation. This is a write operation. So should I use post or should I use put?
Post on.
Post, sir.
On what
Post,
basis
sir.
will you answer this question? Post or put?
Sir, put is used
Put
for
overwrites
updating.
the already existed one.
Put overwrites the already existing one, can also be used to create a new one. But
It's post is non-idempotent.
correct. That is the main consideration between put versus post. If you do the same operation twice, right? Is it acceptable? Is it same as doing it once? Is the question. So in our database and all, what are we doing? Product product ID and all, I'm auto incrementing. So if you call the add new product twice with the same product, 2 rows will be inserted. So there will be incremental change. So it is non-idempotent. It is non-idempotent. So it must be post, right? So post. What URI? To which URI?
Add product.
Slash product.
Add product.
No.
No, sir,
This
only
is a good RESTful
It should
URI.
be-
No, sir. Just
Not
slash
the
product. Slash product.
Yeah. Slash. So you see, you should not use verbs in URI. So slash add product is not a nice RESTful URI. So should I use just slash product? So what is this resource now? We know that there is a slash products plural, which is a list of products. Logically, think logically. That is like abstraction. There is something called slash products, which is a list of products. There is product slash one ID, which is one individual products, which is one of the individual products in that list. What is slash product singular? There isn't anything. There is no resource. Individual product is addressed as product slash ID. Product list is addressed as slash products. There is no resource called slash product. Which product? What product? So you should do post for slash products. What you are doing is you are posting into the products collection. You are posting into the products collection. Think you are adding into the products collection. You are modifying the products collection by adding a new product into it. That's your idea of post. That's how you should mentally approach post. So post for the collection resource slash products, right? So not slash add products, not slash singular product or anything. Okay, what should be the response now? On successfully adding, what should I respond back?
201.
Yes, this is exactly what 201 is meant for. So I should use 201 created plus one header called location, right? And possibly even a body of the newly created product, JSON of the newly created product. That is really optional. Usually we do. But if you look at the logic of this product service, add new product always succeed. Add new product may fail under some circumstances. If in the incoming product, the price into quantity is not at least 10,000, we consider it too cheap a product for us to add. So we have a business rule which says that when you add a product, it must at least be worth, the stock must be worth at least 10,000. So an exception will be thrown otherwise. How do I deal with that? If that add new product throws that exception, then what should I do?
So maybe.
Okay, so who is responsible for that error? So basically exceptions should get translated into error codes, right? 400 or 500 series, right? These are the error codes, 400 series and 500 series. Now, simple reasoning. Who is responsible for this error? Is it some mistake in the server code or some server setup or something?
So from server mistake of developer.
Or is it the data that has been supplied by the client? You know, okay, post, along with post, there will be a body of the request, no? JSON in the body. JSON in the body. Right? So who is responsible for this error? I would say who is responsible for this error is client. So I would make this because client is trying to add, you know, the business rules are not being met. The input data, the price into quantity is, the client is expected to ensure that it is at least 10,000, right? So I would return back with 400. Bad request. Your input data is not correct, right? So the input data that you are passing does not match the value, right? So that is what 400 should be used for. 400 should be used to indicate something wrong with the data that the client has sent, right? Some invalid data, right? So the client will know that, oh, okay, this is the problem. Next, I want to have the support for remove existing. Right? So, delete request, right?
Yes.
For what URI? Do we want to delete all products? Do we want to delete one single product?
Product / product / ID.
Correct. So how do I address one particular product? As products / the ID. Product / the ID. That's how we address this product. Right? Now, what should be the response that we send back? On successful deletion, can I send 200? I can, but what does 200 mean?
201, 204.
Yeah, 200 means implies presence of body. After deletion, do I have data to send back to the client? No, I should just indicate, hey, done, successfully done. But I don't have any data to give you. Therefore, 204. This is where 204 comes in. Notice the return type also, void. So 204 on success. But what if such a product had already been deleted or does not exist at all? Then what do I respond back?
404.
Maybe bad request.
404. 404. 404. Right? So
Can't we use 202?
202 accepted 202 is accepted, no?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, accepted is used in an entirely different meaning. Accepted means your request has been accepted, but I cannot immediately tell you, what happened. Accepted is used typically when RESTful service takes a request and puts it in a queue, will be processed later. That's when accepted will be used. So this is done. I can confirm that it is successfully done. So 204.
Instead of
Sir,
404, can we give 400?
400 would mean something wrong with the client's data. Right? For example, this ID was expected to be a number. He sent ABCD. That's when it should be 400. Right? Something wrong with data validation. 404 is clear that this resource does not exist. Someone else is asking. Yeah.
Sir, with 204 means we are returning a void. We can return a string message that it's deleted or anything. Like
That is really up to you. If you want, why should you, will you, okay, let me ask this question like this. Would you design a Java method, remove existing, to return string data type, and from this remove existing, would you return a string saying done? Does that make sense? Doesn't make sense, right? That value does not make sense. So you are asking remove existing. If it returns successfully, that's enough. It indicates it was removed successfully. If this method fails, it will throw exception, some exception, right? So method returning indicates success. A method throwing exception indicates failure, right? The return value of a method should be some data that is useful to the client. The return value should not be used just to indicate that, oh, it succeeded. So 204 is sufficient in this case. We don't need any data. We don't need any data here.
okay, thank you, sir.
Now 404, right? Similarly, if you look at product service IMP, delete also will not always succeed. Delete also will not always succeed. Right? So we are checking some business rule. We are checking some business rule, whether any of our business rule conflicts with this delete operation. Does it conflict with any of the business rule? We are checking, we are querying from the database, and we are checking if the stock we have is worth 1 lakh or more. If it is worth 1 lakh or more, we won't allow it to be deleted. Somehow we must sell it or transfer it, auction it, something. We can't simply delete the record of some item whose stock we have at least 1 lakh in value. So we are throwing exception. Then what should happen if this exception is thrown? It is either 204 or 404, or if that exception occurs, which means product exists, but there is some business rule conflict. For such things, there is no complete agreement on what exactly should be the status code, right? Some people use 400 series, some people use, whose mistake is it? And within the 400 series also, it could be sometimes 400, but usually what a lot of us tend to agree on is, there is a status code, right, called 409, right, conflict. It basically tells that your operation could not be completed because there is some conflict. There is some business rule conflict, right? So basically indicates that the client should have done something before calling this, something like he should have checked if the value, whether it can be deleted or not. Maybe in the UI, the delete button should not have been enabled at all because its value is more than 1 lakh, something like that. Yeah, but don't hold me for this. Not everybody may agree that 409 is the best status code for this. A lot of us agree that 409 is a good status code for this scenario. Right? All right. So this is how we go about. This is how we go about modeling RESTful services, right? So from the client point of view, it's about resources and the operations supported on those resources, right? So there is a product list resource, there is an individual product resource. So this whole set of business methods or this functionality, we basically exposed as a bunch of resources, right? With this URIs and so on. Right, so this is how you can design. Now, let me quickly implement it off. Right, you have done this implementation a lot. It's just that you know the syntax already. It's just that using the right request methods, using right URIs, using the right status codes. Right, so that's the important part. Okay, so now let me change my application. My application was having a main with some command line interaction and all that. I'll remove all that. Right, so just bring up Spring container. That is, just do this, and I'll include the dependency Spring Web. That is the RESTful services. So I'll include dependency on Spring Boot Starter Web, and that brings in all the libraries needed for all this web. Tomcat embedded container, Spring. All that. So this Spring MVC, the term could be confusing to you. Remember, in Spring, the web-related parts of Spring was earlier called Spring MVC. That name has stuck. Later, they tried changing it to Spring Web, but the name Spring MVC has stuck. So since we are using the Spring MVC, a lot of people will be confused. Beginners are confused. Oh, our application is a MVC application. Not really. So we are really developing a RESTful application. So Spring MVC supports both the server-side MVC as well as RESTful style applications. I will approve changes only to POM and click finish. And I will class. So create controller are components in Spring which have the ability to handle income HTTP controllers have and I will call it product.
Sir, voice is audible. Not audible, sir. Voice is breaking. Your voice is breaking, sir.
What was that question?
Your voice is breaking.
Not breaking, not audible at all.
Yes, sir, not audible at all, sir.
Hmm? Is anyone else hearing this question? I'm not. Hey, fix that audio line. Come back with that question. I'll proceed. Right. So what is a good annotation to be applied on this class?
REST controller.
REST controller.
REST controller. Okay. AT controller was designed for server-side MVC based application. That is or the JSP kind of semantics. So we will not use that for RESTful services, and we will use at REST controller. At the rate REST controller. At REST controller, and we will act as a client of the service layer. So at the rate auto-wired, product service, service, right? And I will have methods to implement all these things. So first, let me implement this find all, right? So I will have a method public list of products, right? Get all products. Get all products is the name. Right, so the job of this RESTful controller kind of is like an adapter, you can think, like an adapter pattern, where it is adapting the product service to RESTful interface, to the web interface, right? So get all products. right? So Java utilist. So here all I'll do is simply return service dot find all. Service dot find all. So how do I do the mapping? What kind of notation I can use? At the rate get mapping for slash products. That's the URI that we discussed. We wanted slash products get. So I have an annotation get map. So we are telling the Spring Framework, whenever there is a GET request for slash products URI, call this method. We will return a list of product objects. But this list of product objects won't be sent to the client. So as part of the auto configuration of Spring Boot, so what would have happened is, because of the presence of this Spring Boot Starter Web, a Tomcat server would have been auto configured as a bean embedded Tomcat server, and that would have been configured to route all incoming requests to the Spring Framework dispatcher servlet, which is part of the Spring Framework, and that our application's Spring Framework's dispatcher servlet would have already scanned all the controllers and would have already built a map of for which kind of incoming request, which method to call. So whenever there is an incoming request at runtime, so the Spring Framework calls this get all products method, and whatever return value we return goes to the Spring Framework. Spring Framework through this boot would have auto configured JSON as HTTP message converters, because those libraries are present in the class path. So Spring Framework will invoke the JSON HTTP message converter, which will convert this list of product objects into a JSON array. And that JSON array is what is sent back to the client. All right, this is what will happen at runtime. Okay, so I'll not test this. I'll write one more and then test this. Okay, next, I want to implement this get products based on an ID. So what should I do for that? I'll have a method public. Let's say product. Get product by ID, and let it take an integer ID. And here I will do product be equal to service dot find by ID. And then let's say to begin with return P. What is the kind of mapping I should do?
Get mapping.
Get mapping again. Get mapping for what URI?
Slash products.
Slash ID.
Slash products slash ID. But don't you think it will treat this ID as a hard-coded string? I want the actual integer value here, isn't it?
Yes.
So what is the syntax for that?
Curly bracket.
ID. So this is what is called a URI path template. This whole thing is called a URI path template, and this is called a path variable in Spring terminology. It is called a path variable. Also in general RESTful terminology, it is also called path parameter. In some other APIs, it is called path parameter. So this is called a path variable or a path parameter. So what we want to tell Spring is, look, whenever the incoming URI matches this slash product slash some value here, right? So treat this as the path variable, right? And pass this path variable as an argument to this method. So I will annotate this with @path variable, right? So don't use this path param. It's from some other package. So use path variable, and the name of the path variable is ID. That is, this name is ID, right? So we pass this path variable here, right? So what happens if a product with this ID was not found? Let's say in my table I have, only one product. Okay. What if there is a request for product /2 or product /10? My find by ID will return null. So we will return null. So what will framework do if my method returns null? My method did not throw exception. So it is not an error. So my framework will think, okay, 200, but no data. So empty body. That's what will happen. That really does not make sense at all. Sending back 200 as status code, meaning that, yeah, product was found. Here is the product, but body is empty. That doesn't make sense. So we should respond back by telling, no, there is no product with that ID. So we should send 404. So how do I send 404?
Through response entity.
Correct. So whenever you want, as an author of this method, you want to have full control over status code, header, and all those things, you should not make the return type simple Java object like this product and list of product and so on. You should wrap it in an object which allows you to set all the status code, headers, and everything, right? So some object which allows you to explicitly programmatically specify all aspects of the response, and that is called response entity. So I will change this from response entity of product. So it's like a wrapper around the product object, right? But it also allows you to set status code, headers, and all that stuff. So what we'll do is when we do this, we will check, right? So we will check if P not equal to null, then what we'll do is return new response entity, create an object of response entity with status code 200, okay, success, and body, that is that product object JSON in the body. So product object P comma HTTP status, which is a enum dot 200, okay, right? So this is if found, right? Else, if it is null, what should I do? I should return 404. So how do I return 404? Return a new response entity with, there is a constructor which takes only the status code, right? Nothing in the body, whatever. So it is just HTTP status dot not found, right? So this is my get product by ID. This is my get product by ID. Right, so this is how response entity is used, right? No, so let me also implement the others as well. In the interest of time, I'll run everything together. So I will also implement at least the post delete. I will let you deal with it, right? So I'll handle the post post method. Will have method. So public for any non-trivial RESTful operation. Therefore, what will be the return type of all my methods? Response entity, typically, right? So response entity. So I will not specify any angular bracket. Response entity, add product, which takes a product object as an argument, product P or product to be added, right? And how do I do the mapping? I will do the mapping with @ post mapping for what URI / products. We want the client to post into the collection, and post request happens with a body in the request. There will be a request body which contains the JSON. We want the framework to take that request body, convert it using whatever Jackson, etc., convert it into a product object and pass it as an argument to my method. So I will annotate this with @ request body, telling the framework that this argument that this method expects, you should actually pick up the data from request body, convert it into this object and pass. Okay, so now here, what is the logic that I want to do. So here I want to deal with exceptions because my service layer can throw exception and all that. So what therefore I will do is I will do a try block, right? Try. I will do service dot integer ID equal to service dot add new product, pass the product to be added. It returns the ID of the newly generated product. So it returns the return int is the ID. Remember, on insert primary key will be generated. So I will get with what ID it got generated. So if it inserted successfully, what should be the response? The response should be 201 with a header called location, and the value of location header should be the URI to the newly created product. So I now need to create header, right? So for creating headers in Spring, you have something called HTTP headers from org.spring framework, not java.net. HTTP headers equal to HTTP headers, right? And I need to populate a header called location. So I will use set location and I'll need to pass a URI. It takes a URI. So URI has a factory method dot create. What is the URI to the newly created product now? What is the URI to the newly created product? Products slash this ID, right? So slash products slash that ID, right? So basically we're telling, okay, new resource was successfully created and this is the URI to the newly created resource. And then I need to create return new response entity with right that body to be added, comma headers, comma HTTP status dot created, right? So this is what we will do. So this is the happy flow, right? That everything goes well and the product gets created. But it is also possible that the exception may come. In my case, in the application, actually I should have written my own application specific exception. I'm using a built-in exception because my focus was not on exception handling. So don't think that we will deal with all Java lang exceptions. We should have actually created a new exception class, right? Maybe I will create that. So I will create an exception in the service layer, new exception class. Maybe I will create some invalid product data exception. So how do I design an exception? What should I extend from?
Exceptions.
Exception or
The runtime exception.
Time exception.
runtime exception is better, right? Because it will become unchecked exception if it is runtime exception. So prefer to use runtime exceptions than checked exceptions. So I will make it runtime exception subtype so that compiler does not harass us into handling it everywhere. So runtime exception, and in this invalid thing, so I will have maybe constructors which takes I will generate constructors from superclass. I will have a constructor, no argument constructor, and a constructor which takes a description message, and a constructor which takes a root cause, if any, and a message and a root cause, right? So I will have all these exceptions. So this is simply a built-in, our own user-defined exception. So here in my service layer, I just change my code rather than throw illegal argument exception. So I will use what is that? Product invalid product data exception. something like this. Okay, so now I'll catch this exception here in my controller. One of the ways is I can do catch lock for that invalid product data exception. And here, what I should do is I should return. What should I do in the inside the catch block?
New response entity 409.
So what I should do is probably, if at all you want to log it, no, this is a business level exception. I really don't even want to log it, but just for information debug purposes, if you want to log it, you can, right? So I can have a logger. So I can have logger from SLF for JLogger, right? Logger equal to logger factory, right? From SLF for J dot get logger for this dot get class for the current class get a logger, and here I will just do logger dot info, right? Logger dot info. This is simply info level. It could actually be debug level. Actually, this one, because this is not even information. This is a debug statement. But default level in Spring is info and above. So I'm logging it in info. Caught invalid product data, exception returning 400, something like that. I'll log this. All right, so something like this, and then I will throw it. I will not throw. I need to return 400, right? That's what we decided. We decided that it is client's mistake that he has sent a wrong data. So I will do return new response entity. Return new response entity with the 400 and a body. Some body. What is a body? In body, I could use that exception dot get message. Not a great idea. We'll do a better job of it later. And the status code is http status dot bad request. All right, so this is what add product looks like. This is what my add product looks like. Right, so actually this is debug would be better. This is debug level login. Right, so now I can run the application. Yeah, so if you want to see this debug message, maybe in the application properties, I will set the logging dot level dot what is my package name? com.training. So debug and output will get printed.
Sir, your voice is not audible.
Okay, so here and Okay, let me run the app. So something went wrong. What was it? I think in my properties file, I had set the profile to be some prod with unknown database. So okay, Tomcat started on 88. Okay, now you can test all of this, right? So you can now go to Postman and test all this. Right, so I can make a GET request for http://localhost :8080/products. That was the first method we wrote. Products collection. We should really get. Oops. What is wrong? Something went wrong. Oh, I think we are hitting a what? Infinite loop, right? I'm hitting an infinite loop because I made a bidirectional. So what I want is I want to decide what do you want my schema to be? Does product have reviews or reviews have product? So one of them I have to decide. So reviews have product, doesn't make sense. Product have reviews, right? So I am going to ignore this product in thing. So parent has children. So in the JSON, it makes sense to have parent to have the children. Maybe you want to return a product with all its reviews, right? But when you return review, I don't want review to contain product information. So I'll make this more. All right, kill this.
Sir, I think server port is also not given in application property.
Server port is what, man?
Sir, I think you didn't mention server port.
Correct. By default, 8080.
Okay.
Default is 8080. Right. So now I am getting one product with all the reviews, etc. So I'm getting a JSON array with all of this. So if you want individual product, I can always do /1. I will get. So now let me try out a post.
Sir, could you please repeat when we use JSON ignore annotation?
Yeah, basically, if not for JSON ignore annotation is used when you want to tell Jackson, ignore this property, don't represent it in JSON. What was happening was, this is the product object. Product has ID, name, price, quantity on hand, and it has a reviews collection. And inside it, each review object is being converted into a JSON, right? When each review is being converted into JSON, right? What does review have? Review has ID, review text. So those became properties. But review also has one product property, right? So it would by default try to create one more, ID equal to something, review text equal to something, product equal to something. And what is that product? This information. So which means that product will again have reviews. That reviews will in turn have product. So it will go into infinite loop, right? So I want to now tell Jackson, look, listen, Jackson, when you create this review object convert this review object into a JSON, right? Ignore this part. Don't put it in the JSON. Don't bother to convert to and from JSON into this product object, right? So there is no property here inside review object called product. So that's when we use this JSON ignore. So JSON ignore is used for two purposes. One, in case of bidirectional relationships, to avoid this infinite loop, in one side we'll put JSON ignore so that typically the child row does not, the child JSON does not contain a reference, contain the data of the parent. That is one. Secondly, when your object, Java object, contains some sensitive data that you don't want to send to the client, maybe along with product, we also hold some sensitive information about the product, which should not go to the client. So then also we will ignore at JSON ignore. It won't be put into the JSON when a JSON is created. All right, so this is my thing. So now I will do a post. So I will now do a post request for slash products URI, and in the headers I will include one header called content type, because I'm going to send a body with JSON. So in the request body there will be JSON. So content type header will go with JSON application/JSON, and in the body I shall have a raw JSON. So I will copy this ID, not ID. ID is auto-generated, only name and all that. So I'll come here, open curly bracket, paste this, and give some name. Right, so I will give some value, 1000 into 10. So that is 10,000. Minimum value should be 10,000. So now when I hit send, so you will see that we are getting a response with 201 created response status code, and the body contains the whole JSON of the newly created product. And if you go to headers, there is a location header with the URI to the newly created resource. So we are testing it with Postman in real world from your JavaScript using something Axios or some such library. You will be making this post request programmatically and programmatically dealing with the status code and the body, etc., to update some UI element and things like that.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Sir, at the rate JSON ignore should be applied in the non-owning side or owning side?
Typically, child is you can do any which ways, okay? Your Jackson doesn't care. Technically, no constraint. You can, wherever it makes sense to you, you can apply. But generally, what do we do? Generally speaking, the master record will have detail, right?
Yes, sir.
In JSON, right? Master will have detail. Detail will not in turn have master, right? When you ask for details,
yes, sir.
For example, when you see a blog post, you expect to see comments. But if you zoom in on one comment, if you are interested in one particular comment, you don't expect to see the blog post associated with it, right? So usually in the child row, right? In the child side, we'll put the JSON ignore. Child is usually the owning side, right? Child is usually the owning side. So typical, I'm giving you typically JSON ignore is put on the owning side.
Okay, sir.
So JSON ignore per se has got nothing to do with JPA or whatever. Okay, so this is my okay, get, post. Similarly, you can do delete and all that as well. Okay, so before I move on, right? So I hope you got a picture of correctly how to model. a RESTful API, the right use of request methods, URIs, RESTful URI. Okay, let me just push you a little bit further. Okay, now I want the user to be able to, add a review to a product as well and retrieve the reviews from a product. How will we support on the retrieval of reviews only for a product? What is a good URI for retrieving reviews of a particular product? All the reviews of a particular product.
Slash reviews slash product slash ID.
Slash reviews slash
Product slash
ID. So if this is the URI, right, it conveys multiple meanings. Number one meaning is the reviews is a root resource, starting with slash, which means reviews exist independently by itself. Is that true? Reviews exist independently by themselves. If the answer is yes, they can, then this is okay. This reviews being a root review is okay. Root resource is okay. But if you say, no, reviews don't exist by themselves. Reviews belong always to product, right? And reviews being a root resource, immediately beginning with slash is not nice, is not correct. So anything that begins with a slash is root resource, right? So reviews, at least in the way I am projecting it, doesn't make sense for it to be a root resource. Secondly, what this means is reviews has a product. Reviews is root and product is a children of it. Or rather it says reviews have a products collection. Reviews collection has a products collection. That also is not right. And if you do products slash ID, this would identify a particular product within the reviews collection. No. So what makes more sense? If you want to model it as reviews is not an independent thing which exists by itself. Reviews belongs to a particular product always. If it's detail always. What is a better URI?
Slash products slash IDs slash review.
Correct. So slash products slash ID slash reviews. Right. This is a better. This is a better URI. So products, yeah, collection of products. Product slash ID, one individual product. That individual product has reviews. So each individual product has its own reviews connection. It has its own reviews connection. So you can support get to it. You can support post to it. To add a review to a product, you can post in, you could have a method. You could have a method called add review, which takes an int product ID, comma, the review to be added. Right, as an argument, right? And you could do a post mapping, right? A post mapping with whatever, with this URL, and you could take this as the path variable, and you could take this as a request body, right? You could take this as request body. So client will make a post into this to add reviews to a particular product. So if the client is interested in only getting all the reviews, the client will do a get request for this URI, get request for this URI. So the relationship is very clear. there is products collection, there is individual product, right? And if you are interested in the reviews of a particular product, that particular product has a reviews collection, right? So this is how you go about modeling the RESTful URIs. All right. Yeah. One last thing before I get out of this. Yeah. Since we were talking about exception handling and things like that. So in my controller, I did something like this catch for a particular exception, and for that particular exception, I did this job of translating an exception into an appropriate response entity, right? So sometimes what we want to do is, this exception may happen in any number of places, different methods of my controller, or possibly even different controllers. This invalid product data exception may happen. So there are so many places where product data comes in as input, and there could be so many different places where it happens. So everywhere, trying to write a cat block and then convert it into a response entity for this, which has this status code and this whatever message and so on, might be quite a repetitive code, right? So this is where Spring Boot nicely provides you with a way to handle this in a centralized place, right? It employs AOP to handle this. So it allows the so-called global exception handlers, or REST controller advice for thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change my code now, and I'm going to comment out this whole try catch block. So I don't have a try catch block. If that exception occurs, it goes to framework. I'm not doing try catch. Instead, what you want is now, I want now a proper error handling, and also I don't want to simply send one. Let me see what is the current behavior. I want to improve the behavior. So I also want to have set proper JSON, right? Let me show you the current behavior. So what if we send value less than 10,000 rupees, then what is the current behavior? So if I send less than 10,000 rupees, the current behavior is 400 bad requests. That is good. In the body, I'm getting just one text, whatever was the message associated with that. Exception. I want a proper JSON to be sent. So I can do that by having a proper error class. So as part of this web sub package, I will create a new class, part of web dot errors package. I will create one, maybe error message, right? Error message one class, and in this error message class, I'm going to have maybe an integer status. HTTP status code. HTTP status is one. Maybe then I will have message. Right. I'll have a no argument constructor, and I will have a convenience constructor, which takes those two things as arguments, and getter setter methods, all that I will have. So this is just a POJO, nothing great about it, right? This is just convenient. This is optional. Even without this, I could have used the global exception handler. And then to design an exception handler, what I'm going to do is, so I'm going to have class, I'm going to have a class called maybe whatever name, right? My global error handler, exception handler, something, whatever name you want to give. It a name place, and this class I will annotate with an annotation called REST controller advice. I'll annotate this with REST controller advice, and inside this I can have different exception handler methods for different types of exceptions. So what I want is I want a handler. I want a way to translate. The this invalid product data exception into an error message. So what I will do is I will create a method public handle invalid what a name product data exception is the method name. Let it take the argument of type, that invalid product data exception E, right? And I will tell the framework, right, that this handles the exception handler for which type of class. You can even give an array of classes. So I will give a specific class invalid data product data exception dot class, and it returns a response entity of that error message, right? So here what I do is I will translate that exception into a proper error message. So I will translate. So return, first I'll construct the error message. So error message, MSG equal to new error message, and I will pass some status for 100 and the text to be e dot get the message. I'll put it in that whatever is there, detail that is there in the exception, I'll put it into an error message, and I will put it in return new response entity with the that error message object, comma HTTP status dot bad request. Right? This is how I translate, right? What if not this exception occurs, but some other exception occurs? Right? In such a case, what to do? Let's say in that case, I could create one more. I could have different exception handlers for different. So I could just provide, for runtime exception. Some runtime exception occurs, right? So in such a case, handle, I can have different exception handlers, runtime exception, and it takes a runtime exception as an argument. And I could now translate it into, if there is an uncaught runtime exception, I would like to treat it as, a server side error, 500 internal server error, and I would have some message, right, which is something went wrong. I asked sometime, right? And I could send, internal, right? So like this, I can have different exception handlers for different types of exceptions, right? This is called a global exception handler, where if this kind of exception happens, translate it into this kind of status code and with this kind of error message in it, right? So once you write this REST controller advice, right? So you need not if this is the kind of error handling mechanism you want, then in your controller methods, you need not. Inside your controller method, you need not do a try catch, and you need not do that. So I'll comment this out. That method to be triggered for the invalid, for that global exception handler to be triggered, we should throw the exception from this method. All right, so now now I'll trigger it with the value less than 10,000. So when I trigger it, I am getting that JSON HTTP status code with some message, so that got triggered. That global error handler got triggered. Right, so that is what is this REST controller. So you're right. You use the REST controller advised annotation on the class, and inside that you can have n number of exception handler methods. So the job of each method is to translate one particular type of exception into a particular type of HTTP response. All right, so this is how you develop the RESTful APIs and RESTful services. Right, so next we'll move on to an important part.
Very important.
Possibly slightly, what you may even find slightly complex. So maybe have a strong coffee or something and come back, and we will discuss unit testing with Mockito, maybe a bit of Spring Boot slices, a bit of JSON path, how much ever permits, we will cover all that. Right, so back in about 15 minutes.
Sir, how we implement put to update?
What? I didn't hear.
Sir, for put.
Yes. Oh, do you want me to show you a put?
Yes.
Okay, sure. I'll show you and then we'll take a break. Okay, put is very simple. Put is when you want to do. I don't have the DAO method. Anyway, I'll write one. So put is, where is my controller? Right here. Yeah, put is, I will have a method called public response entity of response entity of product. Right? I'll call the method update existing, which takes an integer ID, comma, product object, new data. I will annotate this with @ put mapping for /products/curly braces ID, right? And this is @ path variable, path variable called ID, and this is @request body, and in the data. So what we are going to do is, I'm going to check whatever rules, right? I'm going to check product, product P equal to service dot. I don't have an exist method. It would have been nice if there was an exist method, but I'll do find by ID. If there was exists, please use exists by ID, and I will check if P is equal to null. If P is equal to null, I will throw or I will return new response entity with the not found. HTTP status dot not found. Right. If it exists, then what I will do is maybe try to do a check in terms of I will get maybe this is not the right place, okay, to do the rules. You should push this into service layer. But since I don't have all this logic in the service layer, maybe I will have service dot update existing. I'll have a method update existing and pass the new data as an argument, right? And I will introduce a yeah, and then once it succeeds, once it has been updated, right? Once it has been updated, so I am going to return new response entity. Return new response entity with that new data, comma, HTTP status dot 200 dot okay, right? 200 or 204, up to you. I'm sending 200 because I'm sending the updated data. And this update existing, what I will do is I will have this method, and in the product service, we have this method called update existing. Right, so okay, I'll delete this. I'll have a method called update existing, and inside this update existing, I will check to see if the same logic, if that new data dot maybe I'll have same kind of logic. If new data dot right, so dow dot I will have update one method, right, which takes this new data, and so I will throw this. So what I'm going to do in this update is not insert, I'm going to do a merge. So in the dow, I will introduce a method called update, which takes product data, and in the product dow IMPL, I'm going to do a merge. So I'm going to introduce a method where I will do em dot merge that new data. Em dot merge that new data. Right. So I have taken care that it is idempotent, right? Because if that row does not exist, I will do 404, right? So I will not insert it. Only if it exists, I'm going to overwrite it. So notice this is merge. So this seems to be a working thing with, yeah. So this is what we are doing, right? So this is my put mapping. So how will this be invoked? This will be invoked now. Okay, 1 second. There is some error. I need this in-memory IMPL update. In the in-memory IMPL, I'll just do db dot output override. Okay, so now I'm going to run this. And what I'm going to do is I could do a put request for an existing product, right? I can do the request for, no, okay, did I not create a new product? I did. I have two products, so I'll update the second product. I'll update the second product. So I will make a put request for with a header, there will be content type, just like a post request content type, application JSON, and in the body, raw thing. So I want to change the price from 1,000 rupees to 1,008 rupees, right? I want to change it from 1,000 to 1,008 rupees, right? And the URL is http :/localhost products/2, right? So now when I hit send, right, I'm getting 200. Okay, it has been updated with. So if I hit the same request again, what happens? Nothing happens. It is still 1,008. It got overwritten. So no new record went into nothing. It got updated once. So even if it is updated, so it's idempotent. But if some business rule is violated or something, let's say 999, right? It is less than 10,000 rupees. My business rule is violated. My global exception handler comes in, and so this is what is put. You understood put, no? Override. Update the whole of the object. Everything gets overwritten.
Yes.
Okay, then coffee break. Back in 15 minutes.
We will ask for PTO, it's important. Not like that, but you are I want.
Right. Yes, I'm back. Let's resume. All right. So we saw how to create this RESTful services and all that. Let me close this. All right. So next, let's move on to a very important topic, right? Which is about no. Mm,
Sir, excuse me,
yes,
sir.
please.
One question.
Yeah.
Sir, if we have like more than one controller, we use the request mapping, right? Then how to name that?
How to name the controllers? Huh?
Yes, sir. Like for
Yeah.
example, right now we
Yeah.
are working on something that patients and feedback.
Mm.
The thing is, we have separate controller for patient things related APIs, and for feedback we have separate controller.
Correct.
So when we use request mapping, like how we can give the naming convention, like we have done for the methods, how we can do for the like whole class,
Yeah,
like
basically, what is the resource? For example, here, maybe what I would do is if I'm modeling, hmm, uh, the resource is product. So I will call it product controller, right? If the resource that I'm modeling is a resource called review, I will call it reviews controller, right? So it
can
depends
we
on the,
like
yeah.
patient controller, like can like we just have to call it like patient or like patient controller like that.
Oh, okay. The naming convention in Spring is to use the word controller, right? So the URI will be slash patients, but the class name will be patient controller. Right? So normally Java's Spring naming convention, actually even some of the infrastructure in Spring sometimes will assume, some parts of Spring will assume that all the controller classes in Spring end with the word controller, right? So some of the old Spring, the so-called handler mappings and all, even assumed if the request is for slash X, then it is being handled by slash X controller. That. So that is the normal convention in Spring, that the controller class names ends with controller. Was that the doubt you had? So typically you would use something like, if you're handling slash products, you will call it product control. If you're handling slash reviews, you'll call it review control, and so on. In Spring, this is not across Java. In Jersey and all, I would call it product resource. I would call it review resource and so on. So in other frameworks like JAX-RS or Jersey, and the naming convention is to use the word resource for such classes.
Okay,
I
sir.
hope that's what you asked. Yeah. Right.
Excuse me, sir.
Hmm.
Sir, what if we have a DTO?
Hmm.
Like for getting all the products, we have find all what you have written already. And we will be having one more DTO for getting the products. For that, what will be the URI namings?
Oh, no, it will be product only. The fact that you have a separate entity class and separate DTO class is part of your implementation detail. That that should not be leaked or exposed to the client. You will not have something called product DTO controller and all that. No. To the outside world, what should it appear?
Sir. Hello, sir.
So you're not audible.
Yeah, sorry, my connection got dropped. So what I was saying is the fact that you are using DTO pattern is part of your implementation detail. Your URIs and all will not reflect that. Your URIs will always be /products. Even if you are using product DTO here, you could be returning list of product DTO objects, but the URI will always be, the URI will always be /products. So which means to the outside world, from the client point of view, you don't want to showcase that you are using some DTO, entity, JPA, Hibernate. None of that is the client's business. Products, the logical entity, logical resource is all you want to show, right? So you will still call it product controller. You will still have URI /products/product/ID, but instead of returning a response entity of product or instead of returning list of product, you will be returning maybe a response entity of product DTO. That's
Sir, in Postman, while we test it, so we are giving the URL /products for getting all the products, right? And what if we have a method for DTOs also, get mapping for DTO? What will be the URL?
No,
there won't
yeah,
be
what
any
do you mean?
conflicts with it.
No, do you mean to say you will have one for product entity and one for product DTO? Like, will you have one get all products and then one get all products DTO? Two different things?
Yes, sir.
No, definitely no. You misunderstood the DTO pattern then. DTO pattern, what it says is that your DAO and service layer and all will work with the actual entity. Right now, the entity called product in my case is, acting both the role of entity and the role of a DTO, right? So when you use DTO pattern, what you will do is this, maybe your control, when it calls, the service dot find by ID, right? You will get a product object. This is the entity. Let's say this is entity, right? So you will get a product entity. You will never return the product entity because the rules regarding JSON and all is not there. That is all the JSON ignore and all the JSON related things are not there in the entity. Entity will contain only the Hibernate mappings. So DTO will contain only the JSON related mappings. So if you are using DTO pattern from the methods of this controller, you will never return a list of product object. You will always return list of product DTO only. You will always accept product DTO only. Everything will be product DTO only here. So if you get a product object, what you will do is will put it inside a DTO, right? So you will create something like product DTO, DTO equal to, maybe you will typically have, new product DTO and pass the product entity. DTO will act as a wrapper around the entity and you will always pass the DTO. So from your controller, right, data transfer object. What is the point of data transfer? Data is transferred as JSON, right? So always JSON handling conversion from Java object to JSON, JSON to Java object will always be to and from DTO, right? So your entity will never be marshaled straight into JSON, and your JSON will never be converted straight into entity. That's the whole point of DTO pattern. You write a dedicated class just to transfer data in the form of JSON, XML, and so on.
Okay.
You got it, no? So you'll never have any method which returns one product, or it will always return product DTO if at all you are using DTO.
Okay.
Your application, when it interacts with the backend, it will interact using the entity objects. When it interacts with the front end, it will interact using DTO object.
Okay, sir. So if we have DTOs, we have to use DTOs.
Only
Yeah, okay.
in the controller. That is whatever your controller returns, right? To and from JSON will always be to DTO.
Okay, okay.
Okay, but the URIs and all will not indicate that it is DTO, nor your class names and all, right? It will still be product controller. The URI will still be /products. You will be returning list of product DTO rather than product entity objects.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Now let's move on. Now let's move on to a very important topic, which is about unit testing our applications. So first, general unit testing ideas, right? Unit testing Java code in general, and then specifically unit testing Spring based applications, in particular unit testing your controller and all these web applications. We shall see. First, let's start as always with some questions. Okay, what is unit testing? Why is it important? Yeah, we'll take that question. What is unit testing? Why is it important?
Unit testing is a code written by the developer to test the functionality of a particular component or code or methods.
Correct. Unit testing is unit tests are tests written by developers to test their own code. Right. So unlike QA testing, which is done by quality assurance testers, QA professionals, unit testing is tests written by developers to test their own code. Right. Next, what is unit in unit testing? What is unit?
Sir, a small part of the program, just like any method.
A small piece of code.
Yes.
A small part of the program, such as
any method.
Such as any method. Okay. So testing each individual unit, units of program, correct? That's why it is called unit testing. So in Java applications, what is a unit? Well, what is the smallest compilation unit in Java? What is the smallest thing you can compile in Java?
Methods.
Method. Can you compile one method independently?
So, like,
A class is the smallest compilation unit in Java. So normally, right, a class is the smallest compilation unit. So a unit, you can say, in Java point of view, is a class. Unit is a class. Now, one class may have different methods, and each method may have one or more behaviors. So these would all be the different test cases inside that unit test. Inside that unit test, you can have n number of test cases. Okay, so this is what is unit test. So unit tests are tests written by developers to test their own code. Unit tests are tests of each unit in isolation. Right? So this is important. Test of each unit in isolation. So each unit means, let's say in Java, each class in isolation. What that in isolation means is test of that class alone without having to depend on all its dependencies and so on, without having to depend on all its dependencies and so on, right? So that's what is unit testing. Right? So we shall see why the emphasis on testing of each unit in isolation, right? Now, unit tests are different from other form of tests. In particular, unit tests are different from QA tests because QA tests are done from end user's point of view. Overall functionality of the application is what is tested, not test of each unit in isolation. and not done from developers' point of view. So QA tests and all tend to be black box tests. That is, the people doing the QA test may not know the source code and so on. But people writing the unit tests will know what they are testing. That is, what kind of code is written inside. Oh, there is a switch case, there is a for loop, right? So I should test. I should test all the case conditions. I should test the loop boundary conditions. So all these kind of things are known to the authors of the unit test. So unit tests tend to be white box tests. So developers know what they are testing because it's typically their own code that they are testing, right? So unit tests are very different from QA tests. Unit tests are different from integration tests in the sense that integration tests are not tests of each unit in isolation. Integration tests are tests of a component along with its dependent components, along with its dependencies, right? But unit test is a test of a component without its dependencies. Without its dependencies is a unit test. Okay, so this is what is a unit test. Now, why is this unit test important? What are the reasons why you need to do unit testing? What benefits do you have of doing unit testing? Yeah.
So just to check our method and if are working or not in the correct way.
Firstly, it demonstrates that our code works on expected lines. Number one reason why we do unit testing. Yes. Number two, what next? What other benefit do we have?
Since it doesn't depend on any external dependencies, it will be very fast and it can be done like on any place. Like if it is dependent on a database, since we remove the dependencies here by making it isolated, we don't have to interact with database every time. So it is.
Okay, that's a tactical thing that we do while unit testing. My question is generally about why do unit testing at all? What benefit you have? One, it demonstrates that the code works as expected. Number one. Number two, what else is the use of unit testing in general?
If any test case fail, so we can make the changes in our code then and there rather than making changes like in after the QA tests.
Okay, so we can detect errors early, right?
Yeah.
True. Anything else?
Sir, I have doubt, but just if someone changes in the code, some other developer change in the code, and there is an error, and if we want to see that where error is exactly, so we can find it by using unit testing easily. So, am I right or not?
Correct, you are. I'll just put it in different words. This is what we call as regression, right? What is regression?
Yeah, okay, sir.
Right? Regression means what? Regression literally means, these are high sounding terms. When I was a much younger person like you, all these terms sounded like, oh, what these things mean, some complex thing. Well, regression is simply the opposite of progression, right? Regress is the opposite of progress. That is, progress means you should go forward. Regress means we go backward, right? So which means something that was already working may stop working because of some changes that were made, right? That is what is called regression, right? So sometimes when people are trying to develop new features to a functionality, some new features being added to an application, while attempting to add those new features, we may make some changes which makes existing feature stops working. Some existing functionality will stop working or break. This is what is called a regression, right? And this could be very dangerous because normally when you're implementing a new functionality, all your focus, energy, mind space is focused on the new feature. You will only test the new feature. But what about existing features? What if that stops working? How do you test whether existing features continue to work? Let's say you are developing a notepad, right? So in the notepad right now, there is file new menu is there, edit menu is not there, right? Or everything is there in file menu except the print. Now you add the print support. You made some changes to the code. How do you know that open still works, save still works, page setup still works? So imagine if there were no unit tests, and if you had to manually test each and every menu option, you had to manually test to ensure that the application continues to work, existing features continue to work. That is very, very difficult. So one of the main benefits of unit testing is it serves as a base for regression testing. That is, what I can do is, before I make any change to the collective code base, before I make any change, before even I as a developer touch the code, I will run all the unit tests. Only if all the unit tests pass, I come to know that, okay, everything is working fine, right? Next, I will make whatever changes or add new feature. After adding new feature, I will test the new feature. But before I leave, I want to ensure that all the old features also continue to work. So all the tests that I ran in the beginning, I will run again. So if all the tests pass, I can, a sigh of relief. I can sleep peacefully at night. Okay, I did not end up breaking anything existing. Right? So this should be the general practice. Any developer, before making any change to the code base, before we even change anything, run all the existing unit tests, run the whole suite of tests, let everything pass. Because, if you don't run it before, what can happen is you directly jump in and make some change to the code. And then something starts breaking and you are confused. Did I break it or was it broken to begin with? Was it already not working? How do you answer these kind of questions? So always, so if you have a lot of good quality unit tests, then it serves as a base for detecting regression of the software. That is, software going backwards. That is, features that were working earlier, they stop working. That you can detect only when you have lot of unit tests. So therefore, we say we should have exhaustive unit tests. That is, unit tests which cover all the features, So all the unit tests together should be collectively exhaustive. Right? But whenever some test fails, we should be able to pinpoint what exactly failed. Right? So one test should not be, multiple tests should not be testing the same thing. So we say mutually exclusive but collectively exhaustive. That is, one test is different from another test. They don't overlap, but all of the tests put together are exhaustive. So they serve as a basis for regression testing. This is another use. So unit tests are useful for demonstrating that our code works as expected. So unit tests are useful for detecting regression. So we can do regression testing using all the unit tests. Is there any other benefit? Any other way of looking at unit tests?
To check all the exceptions of working in a perfect way, like if the input is given incorrectly, whether it is the exception is handled perfectly or not, like that.
That is behavior only, no?
Okay.
That is behavior. So behavior means not just success, even expected failure also. Exceptional flow also is behavior.
Okay.
Verifying the behavior. Yeah, there is another way of looking at unit tests. Many of you might not have thought about unit testing like this. Unit tests are also called executable documentation. What that means is, let's say you join a new project. It's your first day of work. You join that new project. It's your first day. So you are told, okay, here is the code base. These are the classes. Now, tomorrow I will give you new features. Today, read the code and understand. So you encounter a class and you look at that class. It looks complex like anything. You don't really understand. You are new to that whole business domain. You don't understand the terminology, why the class is called like this, why the method is named like this, what are the parameters, and that method takes so many parameters. You don't understand by reading the code. You find it very difficult to understand. What is this class? What is the point of this class? What is this method? What is the point of this method? What does this method do? What is this parameter? What is the meaning of this return type? You don't understand by reading the code. right? It happens to all of us all the time. So one thing is to understand this code better, what should you read? Traditional thinking is, oh, go to documentation and read. But one thing we can be 100% sure, if developers are bad at anything, it is documentation. In most projects, documentation will be very bad, right? It will be unreadable, and people use different language. Communication skills will be entirely all over the place. Even if the other developer in the documentation has tried his best to explain, I don't understand his language only, I don't understand his grammar only. So these are all problems. So this is where unit tests come in. That is another use of unit tests. Is okay, I'm not understanding this class. Oh, does this class have a unit test? If the class have a unit test, let me read the unit test. That unit test will demonstrate through code what each method does, for what parameter, what is the expected output, what is the meaning of different parameters and return types, return values, So when you read those test cases, then you will understand, oh, this is how this class is meant to be used. Now I understand, right? So therefore, whenever you write unit tests, don't just have the mindset of testing, it's my code, my tests. No, your unit tests will be read by other people just to understand the code that is being tested. So your unit test, if not poetry, should read like good prose at least. It should be like English, So that's the idea. That's the quality of a good unit test, that it reads like a documentation. Right? So that's the idea. Okay, so now let's get to work. So in general, whenever you write code, don't bother to unit test anything that is too simple to fail or too trivial to fail. So unit test things that have reasonable chance of failure, reasonable chance of failure, right? For example, in my service layer, for example, I have, don't bother to unit test things like my domain layer, entity class, and all that. Those are all too simple to fail. And you cannot unit test the mapping and all, because mapping will have to be tested along with the ORM only, right? So you will have to use a slice, or you will have to test it with an integration test only. But things like my service layer, for example, it has some reasonable logic. I wrote all this logic here mainly so that, I can write some meaningful test. Okay, so now I want to test this. I want to test only those things which have reasonable chance of failure. Okay, so since my service layer class has some reasonable chance of failure, I want to write unit tests. So some simple questions. So where do I write the test?
In SRC test Java.
So in Maven project, there is a specific source folder only for writing tests in SRC test Java. Okay, so I will write a test. By the way, in a Spring Boot project in the pom.xml, Spring Boot starter test is one of the starter kits. Testing is one of the starter kits. That would have got a truckload of all necessary libraries. If you go here, the color jars, are all from this test scope. They are all from this test scope. So all this Hamcrest and JUnit and Mockito, everything is all from test scope. Test and runtime scope are in dark color. So all the libraries are already there. So no need for anything change in POM. Now I want to write a test. So I will write the test in SRC test Java. Okay, right click, new JUnit test case. I'll write new JUnit test case. You have 3, 4, 5 options. Right now in 2022, no reason to use old versions. Use JUnit Jupyter 5. Now, what package should I put the test? Should I put it in a same package in which the code belongs? That is, I want to test this product service IMPL. That belongs to COM training service. Or should I create a separate package for tests?
No, sir, I
It should be in
think
the same.
package as application. Main method.
Same package, or should I create one dot test sub package?
No, same package.
Why same package?
Because we run it like as we run the application, we run the test in the same hierarchy as.
I got tried, but I got the error like it can't able to find the location of resource, something like that. I got error. When I try to create another new package, means it's difficult to find that application contact something. I got error.
Oh, okay. Correct. That is if you make it belong to some package other than the base package itself. That is, I will put it in entirely not com.training. I will put it in some com.test package. Then you will get that error, right? So in general, it is a practice to use the same package, mainly because my test cases might want to use the non-public members like this DAO. If you want to access, can you access? What is the access specifier of this line number 17? Package, right? So if my test case belongs to some other package, can the test case access the variable DAO? It cannot. That is the reason. So we'll make it belong to the same package because it is both logical and to take advantage of the Java access package access specifier. So I'll make it belong to dot service package, number one. Now, what should be the name of the class? What should be the name of the class? In theory, anything, but in practice, convention is the convention is whatever is the class name that is being tested, use that name and add the word test to it, right? So I will call it product service MPL test. So that is the name of the class. It is not only a convention. Some of us have learned the hard way that Java's many tools assume that all the test cases end with the word test. For example, in Maven, all the tests are run by a plugin called Surefire. That Surefire plugin will ignore all classes whose names don't end with test. You know, some of us found the hard way. So in one of the project, I had written some 80, 100 tests and I used to manually run everything, right click run at development time. It's all running and working fine. But when I do a Maven build, right, it is running very fast. And initially I thought, oh wow, everything is passing very fast. Then I see the report, it says only 20 tests run, but I have more than 100. My 80 tests are not at all running. On deep digging, I realized that I had used some fancy class names. Those class names were not ending with the word test. So Surefire Maven is totally ignoring those classes. So never do that mistake. Always end the class name with test. Okay, so this is my class, product service IMPL test. I'll click and it has some default test. I will delete whatever fail it is doing. And whatever method, let us give a more proper, better name. Okay, now let's say I want to test this, add new product, right? So what should I test? What should be this method name? Okay, even before I come to the method name, what should I test about this add new product?
That we are getting what we are adding.
We're getting what we are adding.
No, like to check whether
Like
if we give
actual
a
and
price
expected.
above like 10,000 or whatever the logic is, if it is going to add it, or if that condition is not met, whether it's throwing the exception or not.
So basically, I want to check whether the logic implemented inside this product service IMPLs add new product works correctly or not, right? That is, if I should call it with a product object, if the product value is greater than or equal to minimum value, then it should be trying to save the product. right? And return a meaningful ID. That is one behavior. Alternatively, if the product to be added has a value less than the minimum value, then it should return or it should throw an exception. So from an outsider point of view, from point of view of a consumer of this add new product, we say this add new product method exhibits two different behaviors, externally observable behaviors. One behavior is that it returns a valid ID when it is invoked when product value is greater than or equal to minimum value. That is one behavior. And the other behavior is that it throws an exception. It throws an exception when product value is less than the minimum value, right? So these are two different behaviors. So what is considered a best practice while unit testing is you should write a separate unit test case for each behavior. Don't try to write one unit test case method which tests everything inside this method, right? So one test case per behavior. So this has two behaviors. One is the success behavior, one exceptional behavior, one failure behavior. So write two different test cases for it. That is the ideal practice. And your test cases should be very easy to read. So therefore we say test one thing at a time. Each test case should do just one assert or just one behavior it should test. So therefore, that is why we said each test must be mutually exclusive from the other, but collectively exhaustive. So we should write one test case per behavior. Right. So now, first I want to write the test case for the happy day scenario. So the happy flow, that is a product object with all correct data gets called with this product object gets called. The product value is greater than minimum value and product is saved and it returns a valid ID, right? So this is what I want to test. This is what I want to test. So what should I call the test case method? What should be the name of this test case method? In JUnit, all the test cases are annotated with at test. JUnit will execute all the at test annotated method. What should be the name?
It should prefix with the word test, the same method name, and we can suffix with the like success or failure like that.
Okay, right. Anyway, all the methods here are tests. It is annotated with at test. So prefixing with the test maybe duplicating that thing again, that it's a test. We know that all the methods here are a test. It is annotated with test. But it is a good idea, as she said, to tell what is being tested. So remember that I said that unit tests are executable documentation. So somebody will read this unit test to know, to understand the code. So what is being tested? What does each test case test? To understand it, people should not be forced to read the body of the method. Just the method name should convey what is being tested. How it is being tested is in the body. So don't force people to read the body to understand what is being tested. How it is being tested, people should read the body. So method name should convey what is being tested. So the method naming convention that many of us follow is start the test case name with the method name so that we know which method's behavior is being tested. Add new product, right? And then the rest of it should convey which behavior is being tested, right? So I will name the method as, right, add new product returns, or you can even use returns with a capital valid ID when product value is greater than or equal to minimum value. So when somebody reads this test case name, right, it reads like an English sentence. So clearly it is conveys what is being tested. Or when the test fails in the JUnit report, you see some test is failing. Immediately, if you want to see what is failing, immediately you know what is failing when you read the method name itself, right? So what is being tested? Okay, add new product returns valid ID when product value is greater than or equal to min value. This is what is being tested. So this method is being tested, add new product, and this is the behavior that is being tested, right? But if you name the test case methods as test1, test2, some cryptic names, my look method name is useless then, right? So you might have as well named it as XYZ, ABCD, 1, 2, 3, 4, something like that, right? So therefore, method name should convey what is being tested. Okay, so now in the body, so what should I write in the body? What kind of code should I write in the body? Is there a general pattern for writing tests? General template kind of thing?
Sir, we are adding details about the variables, so we have to write a name of class product and pass the value in object.
Okay, no. Okay, so I don't think any of you have heard of this. Okay, so there is something called a rhythm for unit testing. There is a rhythm. All unit tests follow a rhythm. That rhythm is called AAA. Anybody heard of this? AAA? Not the battery size. AAA stands for arrange, act, assert. This is the rhythm for any unit testing. So typically, any test case will have this rhythm. First is make the arrangements necessary to exercise your code. Any preparatory steps you should do first. That is called arrange, right? That is called arrange or setup and things like that. Okay. So make the necessary arrangements to exercise your code first. That is arrange. Then act. Once you have all the necessary arrangements in place, act, which means invoke the actual method that is being tested with the necessary parameters and capture the result. That is action, actual exercising of the code. Then you have to check whether the result was on expected lines or not. That is called assert. So these are the three broad things, three steps you do in any unit test. Arrange, act, assert. These are the three broad things you do. So first, what is the action I want to take? I want to call add new product, right? Add new product is the action I want to do. That's the method I want to test. I want to invoke that method and capture the result. That is the action. To perform that action, what are the arrangements that I have to do? What are the arrangements that I have to do? I can call a method on what? To call this method, I need an object of this class, right? I need an object of this class. Only if I have an object, I can call method. So the first arrangement is I need the object. So let me create an object. So I will create product service IMPL, right? Normally in real world code, I would have called it service, right? But since I'm kind of explaining it to you, I will use a very formal kind of term, object under test. Don't think that in real life I use variable names like this. This is more a textbook like name. Okay. So that it self conveys the meaning. Object under test equal to meaning product service IMPL. I create an object. All right. Next, I want to invoke the method add new product. So add new product takes a product object as an argument parameter, right? So it takes a parameter product object, right? So I need to create that object and keep it ready so that, you know, I can pass it. So I will create product object. I will, right, call it param to test method equal to new product object. There is a constructor which takes convenience constructor, which takes everything. So name, some test name, and you know, this is the happy flow test. So price into quantity should be 10,000 or more. 10,000 is the thing, that is minimum value, is the minimum value. So I should use 10,000. 1,000, 10,000 and one quantity. Okay, whenever you write test, right, always think someone else will read the code. If someone else reads the code, they will think 10,000. What is 10,000? Why is it not 1 lakh? Why, you know, what is special about this 10,000? Is that captured anywhere? Neither here nor here, right? What is this 10,000? So in general, as a programmer, using such magic numbers, some magical number 10,000 that is being compared to, what on earth is this 10,000? So it's considered bad. So in general, so I immediately get the feedback. Oh, magic number is being used. Magic number has other meaning. I should call it magical number, right? Some magical hard-coded number is being used. Not good. This is not readable code. This is not readable code. What is 10,000? Why is it not some other number? Or what is this 10,000 is not conveyed? So I get immediate feedback about the code. Oh, some magic number. So what is a better solution for this? This magic number, I'll select in my code, right click, refactor it to extract a constant and give a meaningful name to the constant. So min value or minimum product value or minimum monetary value or minimum stock value, right? So I'm giving a meaningful name, right? I'll make it even public or package level access. Minimum stock value. So we are comparing with minimum stock value. Oh, this is minimum stock value. So never embed magic numbers in your code, right? So now I should not use 10,000 one magic number. I should use product service IMPL dot in stock value. So now the reader immediately knows, okay, this product is being created with minimum stock value at one quantity, right? So it has the minimum stock value. Okay, done. So this is the preparation, right? As of now, this is all the preparation it appears because it takes only one parameter. That parameter I have prepared. Next, what is the act step?
Sir.
What? Yep.
Sir. Sir, you are not audible. Clear, miss, your voice is not clear. Can you please repeat once again?
Which one? Till where did you hear?
From 5 minutes before.
From this thing, no, nothing much I said. I only said that, you know, embedding such magical numbers, unexplained numbers is not good. Always use meaningful variable names, constant names like this, which produces more readable code, right? So even here we will use this minimum stock value. So the reader clearly knows that a product is being created with minimum stock value. That's all. Now, what we should put in act? What is the act? What should I do in act?
Behavior, we are going to check.
Your voice is too feeble.
We have to check the behavior.
We have to actually invoke the method under test, right? We have to exercise the method under test. So I will call object under test dot the method to be tested, add new product with parameters to the test method. You know, you see, this is what I do and capture the result. capture the result. It returns one integer. So in result. Right. So the point of act is to invoke the method under test with whatever necessary parameters and on the object under test and capture the result. And capture the result. I have captured the result in one integer. Right. Then I should check whether that, it returns the ID. Whether that returned ID is what? It should be greater than 0. Right? Whether it's a valid ID or not. Whether it's a non-zero ID or not. How do I check that ID is a non-zero ID? Can I use if? Can I use if? Why not if? If I use if, what happens? My code will check. But who should determine whether this test case should be considered success or failure? Who executes this test case method?
So the JUnit compiler will check.
JUnit framework will execute this method, right?
Yes.
So because JUnit will look for methods annotated with that test and will execute them. So JUnit will execute this method. So JUnit should come to know whether the test should be considered passed or failed, not our own code. If I do if, what will I write in the body of if or in the else? Sysout, is it? Then manually go see all the sysouts? No. I should let the framework know whether the test should be considered success or whether the test should be considered fail. So I should not be doing the comparison myself. I should make the JUnit framework do the comparison of whether this result is on expected lines or not. So to make the framework do the comparison and to let the framework come to the conclusion as to whether the test should be considered succeeded or failed, right? So what we do is we don't do if else kind of thing. Instead, we will use assert methods provided by the framework. So the JUnit framework provides a class called assertions that has a number of static methods using which I will do the assert, right? Using which I will do the assertion. So I will do, static import is anyway done. So I will do assert. There are so many assertion methods. Assert. So many assertion methods are there to check variety of things. So this is a simple assertion. Assert true, result is greater than 0. Right? Actually, I don't like the variable name result. It is ID. So I just check that ID is greater than 0. ID is greater than 0. So this is my test case. This is my test case. So if somebody reads it, readability is of paramount importance when it comes to tests. Oh, this method does add new product returns a valid ID when product value is greater than or equal to minimum value. Okay, so what are we doing? We are creating one object under test. We are creating a parameter to the test method that has the minimum stock value, right? And then we call the add new product method with that parameter, and we are just doing an assert that ID is greater than 0. Okay, this is easy to understand. Okay, let me run this. Yeah.
Sir, could you please repeat once again act? And sir, one more question.
No, could I repeat what? @tester.
Yes, no, sir. Act integer ID equal to object under test.
This one?
In action, yes, sir.
Oh, this is nothing but actual exercising of the code, right? That is what I want to test, whether add new product works correctly or not, right? So I have to invoke that method. Act is nothing but invocation of the method we want to test.
Sir, in parameter, what we are passing, like param to test method?
Whatever parameter. See, this is the method I want to test, right? It takes a product object, right, to be added.
Yes.
So this is a parameter to the test method. So that product object. Product to be added is what I am passing.
Sir, one more question. Like when we are performing a unit test, so we create the mock object and.
No, don't worry. I'll come to that. Don't worry about mock. I'll come to that.
Okay.
This is the general rhythm. I'll come to mock in a minute. Now, right? So now this test is failing. Why is this test fail? It says null pointer exception. What? Why? Can anyone explain why this? It is coming from product service IMPL line number 29. It says this is that line. This line is throwing null pointer exception.
Because when it go into the method, there is like it is interacting with the data access layer. So since our service is not running, it is not able to go into the database or somewhere to get whatever required.
Right. So correct. So what is happening is when we invoke from the test case, when I invoke add new product in turn tries to call dow.save, right? What is this dow? Dow is a dependency of my service layer. So I was expecting Spring to do dependency injection and inject this dependency. But it does not appear to have been injected because dow is null, which means nobody has called this set dow, which means nobody has injected the dependency. Why dependency has not been injected? Is Spring framework even coming into existence here in this test case?
So we have to write Spring Boot test. We have to specify.
So Spring is not even in the picture, right? Spring is not even in the picture here. So Spring is not coming up. Application context is not getting created. So Spring is not creating any of the beans. And also I am doing new and instantiating this object. So is this a Spring? This is not a Spring bean. This is our own object, Pojo. So this is not a Spring bean. Spring is not coming into the picture. So since Spring is not at all getting started, no dependency injection is happening. So I am getting null pointer exception. So what should I do? Should I bring up Spring?
No, sir, we should add our own object like new product.
Why not bring up Spring?
That's the main thing. Isolation.
The test should run independently.
So two reasons. Number one reason, if I bring up Spring and it will create the real JPA DAO and it will inject that JPA DAO. When I call this add new product, it in turn calls JPA DAO, which in turn goes to database and stores data. Is that a test of this service layer in isolation, or is that a test of the service layer along with the data access layer and the database?
It's along with, if we run like that means it will be
along with the data access layer, right? Which means is it a unit test or is it an integration test?
It will become integration test.
It will become an integration test. So you will run the test of a component along with its real dependencies if it's an integration test, right? I'm not currently writing an integration test. I am writing a unit test. I want to test only this service layer in isolation. That is number one reason why I don't want to bring up Spring. Second and very, very important reason is if I bring up Spring container, what is the time taken? Several seconds. So for running each test case, if I keep bringing up the Spring container, several dozens of seconds is taken by each test case, and I have thousands and thousands of test cases in my application. If at any time, if I were to run all the tests as part of regression testing or whatever, what is the time taken to run all my tests? Huge, several hours, maybe half a day. So if your entire suite of tests takes half a day to execute, will you be tempted to run all the tests often as a developer, as a development team? No, you will think, hey, if I start it, it will take half a day. Half a day will be gone in running those tests. I will not run tests today. Let me test tomorrow, day after, weekend. While going home on Friday evening, I'll start it and go home. Monday morning, I'll come and see if it has run. So which means you will not run the tests frequently, which means lot of errors will build up. So one of the main characteristics of tests, unit tests, should be that test should be as fast as they should be quick, lightning fast. Each unit test should take only few milliseconds, something like that. So that even if you run thousands of tests, they all finish in a reasonable period of time. So several times in a day, morning once I run all the tests. Right after implementing some features, I run all the tests again. It hardly takes 15 minutes, 10 minutes, or max, 15 minutes. So I don't mind running all the tests several times. That is how the test should be. So test should be very fast. So therefore, I don't want to. If unless and until it is absolutely required, I don't want to bring up the full Spring container, full Spring framework, and I don't want it to be an integration test. So then, how do I test this? Service layer in isolation, because I'm guaranteed to get a null pointer exception because I am calling dow.save. So this is the point. This is the point. Right? So this is where the concept of doubles comes into picture. Okay. Okay. Let me change the setting. Let us say you're producing a movie. You are producing a movie with some big star, some who charges multi-million-dollar, multiple crores in Bollywood, right? So some big star hero he's the hero. And one of the scenes in the movie is one big fight sequence. He has to fight the villain and he has to jump from a bridge onto a running truck or a running train. He has to jump. He has to hang from a helicopter. Go. Now, will you make the real hero do all these things while shooting the movie? No, not at all.
We have
Right?
body double.
Yeah, you'll use a body double. Right? You'll use a body double. The insurance company will never agree. Right? So, therefore, you'll use a body double just for the action sequences. Once the action sequences are over, once the romance scene comes, the hero is back. But only for the action sequence, what you'll use someone who looks like the hero, someone who acts like the hero, right? Someone who behaves like the hero, and the camera is from a distance. So all the people are fooled into thinking that it's the real hero who is doing all the actions. So you use a body double just for the action sequence, right? So similar idea is used when it comes to testing. Similar idea is used when it comes to testing. That is, since I want to test this service layer in isolation, right? Just for the purpose of testing, I will use a double of the dependency. That is, just for the duration of testing, I will use a double of this DAO. Let it not work with a real DAO. I will create a test double of this DAO. That is, I will create a DAO object which has been designed with testing in mind, just for the purpose of testing, right? This is also called duck typing. Now, duck typing is not D-U-C-K, the bird. The philosophy behind duck typing is if something looks like a duck, if something looks like a duck, if something quacks like a duck, it is a duck. It is a duck. That's it. So what we should do is we should create some object which looks like a product DAO, which acts like a product DAO, which behaves like a product DAO, and this product service IMPA will be convinced that it is a real product DAO. So we should create, therefore, how do I make something look like a product DAO, act like a product DAO, behave like a product DAO? I should create some class which implements product DAO interface, So I could create a class fake product DAO, implements product DAO, right, and overrides the save method to return some product object, right? Some meaningful product object, right? So therefore, what we should do is I should create one class just for the purpose of testing, called some fake product now. And anyway, my product service IMPL allows me to inject it, right? That's the whole beauty of dependency injection. I'm able to inject that fake object instead of the real object. So just for the purpose of testing, I will inject the fake object. I will inject the fake object. So just for the purpose of testing, you can create a fake object. But as luck would have it, don't I already have one fake object? In my case, I had already created this in-memory IMPL with a map, which puts everything in map and all, right? Can't I use this for the purpose of testing? In the real application, we'll use the JPA implementation. For testing, I will use this in-memory IMPL. Nice. So I can use this class. So what I'll do is, in my test, what I'll do is, this object under test won't work without a dependency. So I will create a fake DAO for the dependency. So I will create product as part of the arrange product DAO memory IMPL fake DAO. It's not a real DAO, okay? Real DAO at runtime will be the one that puts it in the database, JPA and all that persist and all it will do. This is just fake. It will just hold it in memory, right? Equal to new. It's a, it's a pretender. It's just a pretentious object which pretends to be the real object. New product in memory IMPL, right? So I create that fake object. And what I will do is I will inject that fake object into the object under test. Right? Dot set down the fake down. Right? Duck typing. That is any product DAO is okay for this guy. Object under test. Right? So I will inject the fake object and then let me test this. Then let me test this. So I'm using a double. I'm using a double, like how in a movie, just for the stunt sequence, a double is used. Just for the unit testing purpose, instead of the real dependency, we are using a fake dependency. We are using a fake dependency. Right now, when I run this test passes. Right? Because now I won't get the null pointer exception. This fake object returned, it behaved correctly. Because, this fake also exposes the same interface. It behaves just like the real object. Right? So this is what is unit testing with fake objects. This is what is unit testing with fake objects. Now, imagine if this product service IMPL was not designed with dependency injection as an idea. Instead, if this product service IMPL internally had this DAO as a private variable and there was no setter and it was doing new on the JPA implementation, would you ever be able to inject a fake object in its place and run this test the fast way? No. So this is what we meant initially when we said dependency injection as a practice enables easy testability, because during test time, you will be able to inject the test case, will be able to inject a test double. This is a test double. You can actually go with the test double pattern and read more about. There are different types of doubles, fakes and mocks and spies and so many things. This is a fake object. Okay, so using this dependency injection allows us to inject fakes and mocks and stubs and all into the object. What's important is we are not using the fake service IMPL. The actual object under test is real code, but its dependencies we are faking. The dependency we are faking. Okay, so this is our testing with fake. I hope till now you understood the concept. Actually, when the application works, it will not use this fake object. It will use the real DAO. What is very, very important to understand here is what is being tested is not the DAO, right? The purpose of this test case is not to see whether the DAO works correctly or not. The purpose of this test case is to see if the service layer code works correctly or not. And I want to check this service layer code without bothering about the DAO layer code. Are we not able to test the service layer code here? Even with fake or with real DAO? That doesn't matter, right? whether we are using real DAO or fake DAO, doesn't matter. We are able to test the real object. We are able to test the logic in service layer. Object under test is real code, right? Its dependency is fake, but we are exercising the code in our actual object. Okay, I hope till now it is clear. Now, moving on to the part where people get confused. Next. Luckily, I had a class called in-memory IMPL, which I was able to use as a fake object. But will you always have such ready classes available, which you can use as a fake object to use as dependency? No. No. Unlikely, not at all. So imagine having to sit and write a class like this fully, which implements the interface, overrides all the methods and everything, just for the purpose of testing. And in each test case, have different variations of the method. So you'll end up with so many versions of this fake classes also. So manually writing this kind of a fake object, a test double, manually writing the classes of this test double just for the purpose of testing can be quite a challenging, tedious task. So this is where some very smart developers thought, hey, wait a minute, these objects, these double objects are needed only for the purpose of testing. So instead of manually creating these test doubles, why don't we come up with a programmatic way of on the fly creating, on the fly creating these test doubles. On the fly, let's create a test. On the fly, let some framework create a test double, which pretends to be the real dependency, so that my object under test can work with the dependency, right? Can work with the dependency. That dependency acts like the real dependency, right? This process of on the fly creating a test double is what is called mocking. A mock object is nothing but like a fake object, but it is not statically defined class, manually written class. Instead, on the fly programmatically created, object of a programmatically generated class, right? So you have something called mock object libraries. These mock object libraries are used to on the fly create these test doubles. Those are called mock objects. Next, I will show you how to use this mock, how to do the same, exactly same with mock. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy paste the same test code. I'll rename it as mock based product service IMPL test. So I'll copy, right click on this, copy, paste back in the same package. I will rename it as, it should end with test. So mock based product service IMPL test. Okay, so I'll open it. So, but let's now in this test case pretend that we don't have a class called this in-memory IMPL at all. So I cannot create a, I'm not willing to write a separate class like that, nor do I luckily have a class called in-memory IMPL. So on the fly, I have to create a test double. So that is where, this mock object library called Mockito comes in. Mockito is already there in the class path because of that dependency in the form of Spring Boot starter test. And so I will create product DAO, that is the dependency interface product DAO. I will call the variable as mock DAO equal to, right? I don't have any class which implements it. On the fly, I want to tell Mockito, hey Mockito, give me a mock object. That is, give me an object which implements this product DAO interface, right? So we want, this is called mocking the interface. So we want that mock object to expose this interface. So we want to create a mock which exposes this interface, or we want to mock this interface, right? So I will call mockito dot mock, right? Mockito dot mock. Which interface should it expose? Product now. So we are telling Mockito that, hey Mockito, on the fly generate a class. Which implements this product now interface, create an object of it and return to me. That's what this is. So this is a double. So this is the test double, right? And then what I will do is, instead of injecting that fake object, I will inject this mock object. So I will do object under test, the actual object I want to test. This is real code. Object under test is of real code. Its dependency is the mock object dot set down the mock object. Okay, now I have mock. So your object under test is happy that it's got a dependency. Now let me try to run this test. When I run this test should fail, of course, with a null pointer exception, but the null pointer exception is not coming from this dow.save. Dow is not null. Dependency is not null, right? Dependency is not null. You know, line 29 did not cause null pointer exception. Null pointer exception is coming from line 30, which means this added.getID is throwing null pointer exception. So added is null. Why is that? Well, we created a mock. We injected the mock also, but how does that mock know? So which means in my service layer, if I go, so this call dow.save, it is now getting called on mock object.save. It is getting called on mock object.save. But how will that mock object know how to behave when save is called? Save should return something. What to return when that save is called? It doesn't know. So by default, it will return 0, null, false, whatever is the default value. Since save returns product object, it is returning null. So which means that mock object doesn't know what to do. So whenever you call any method on it, it will return. If the return type is a number, it will return 0. If it is Boolean, it will return false. If it is object type, it will return null. Because that mock is untrained. It doesn't know how to behave. One beautiful thing about these mock objects is they can be trained. Since I know that add new product will internally call save method, I can train this mock. I can train the mock that, hey, listen, mock, expect a call to save with this product object as argument. And when that save method is called, I am training you, return this fixed object, or throw this fixed exception. So I am going to train that mock. So how to train the mock? Well, so I want to train that when save is called, it should return one product object. So I will create, as part of my arrangement, I will also give the training. What is the training? I will create one more product object. Product, right? Returned by mock is the name of the variable. Returned by mock equal to new product, exactly same data. And it should also have the ID returned by mock dot set ID. I will have some 1, 2, 10 something, some positive number, and I will train the mock. How do I train the mock? I will train the mock down, or rather mockito dot when there is a call to that mock down dot save. When mock down dot save is called with the parameter to the test method, right? Then return the returned by mock, right? So this line is training that mock. Look, listen, mock, when save is called, don't just dumbly return null. If save is called with this object as parameter, you simply return this, as if you have saved and returned an object with ID in it and all. So return this object. That's what this is the step to train the mock. I've trained the mock and then I have injected the trained mock. Now that mock knows, okay, this is what I should do. If save is called with this object, I will return this object. That's it. Right? So now if I try to run this test, right, this test will go through. This test will go through. So you see, in few lines, we were able to do what we were able to do, create a class, as if we were able to create a class which implements the product DAO interface, override the save method, and provide some implementation to it to return some test data. So some of you may think, hey, this is cheating. What are we testing? We are training everything. No, you are not mocking the actual code. What is in this test case? What is being tested? Service IMPL is being tested. Are we mocking service IMPL? No. So when we invoke this method add new product, the actual code of service IMPL is getting executed. What is being mocked? What is being mocked is the dependency of service IMPL, this DAO. Anyway, this is a unit test, which means it is intended as a test of the service IMPL in isolation, which means with or without whatever is the logic of DAO, or without including the logic of DAO, the dependency. So it is consistent with unit testing. So does this unit test guarantee that the DAO works correctly? No, it does not guarantee that at all. This unit test tests the service layer. There may be a separate test for DAO that is different, which will not mock the DAO, right? So this is not, the purpose of this test is not to verify whether DAO works correctly or not. The purpose of this unit test is to verify whether service layer works correctly or not, which is being verified, right? So those of you who had been confused with this idea of a mock, I hope now you are getting a sense of what is this mock, right? So whenever you unit test one component, you mock the dependencies of that component. So for service layer, DAO layer is the dependency. So you mock the DAO, or repository. Repository is the dependency of your service layer. So you mock the repository, right? You create a mock which, mock the repository and train the method, expect this method call, then return this value. So you train the mock to behave in a certain way, just so that, like how you train the stunt man, that, this is how Shah Rukh Khan acts, this is how the hairstyle is. So this is how you have to stand, this is how you have to spread your hand, all that you train the stunt man. Like that, we are training the mock, right, for this test sequence. So this is how you this is how you test with mock objects, right? Mock objects are one type of test doubles. They are one type of test doubles. On the fly created test doubles with a mock object library like Mockito, Power Mock, Easy Mock, JMock. These are all different mock object library. Mockito by far is the most popular one. Okay, so this is what is testing the service layer. Again, in this service layer, is the Spring framework coming into picture at all now? There is no Spring here. So this kind of unit test is super fast. It runs really very fast. It runs really, really very, very fast, right? This kind of tests are really preferred. Totally out of container tests. Wherever possible, you should use this kind out of container tests. Typically, service layer and all can be easily tested without in any way involving the Spring framework. They can easily be tested without any way involving the Spring framework. Right? So this is how you test the service layer. Okay, now moving on. There is another syntactical way in which the same thing can be done. I shall show you that also. Exactly whatever I am doing here in this mock based test, same thing I will do with a slightly different, more fancy syntax. Okay, let me show you that. I will copy this very same class and paste it here. Later, I'll push it to Git and give you the link to this, my whole project, if anybody is interested, so that you have access to my source code. So I'll copy this.
Yes, sir, please.
Yeah, I will do it. Yeah. So I will copy and paste this whole here. So mock based test, mock annotation based, mock anno based product service INPN test. Okay, so this is annotation based. There is another way, which is instead of doing this product dow equal to mockito.mock, okay, I can do in one more way, which is I'll remove this whole thing from here. And instead of, many test cases may require this mock. So I will have it as an instance variable. And not only I will have it as an instance variable, okay, I will use one nice fancy annotation called @mock coming from Mockito. Right? So this annotation will be understood by Mockito, and Mockito will create a mock which implements this interface and inject it into this variable. Inject it into this variable. Right? So that is what this. And then I will train it on a per test case basis and use it the way I want. Right? So if this mock DAO is used in many test cases, I can, like how in JUnit you also have before, at before each at all that. So this is annotation based where, since this is used in many places, I will use that mock. It will create a mock and inject it here. I'll use that mock. But there is just one problem. JUnit does not understand this at mock annotation. JUnit has no idea about Mockito. So when JUnit runs this test, only if JUnit is running the test, since JUnit does not understand this at mock, this will remain null and we will get null pointer exception right away here. So what I want to tell is, I want to tell JUnit, hey, listen, JUnit, to run this test, no, don't run by yourself, right? Please take the help of Mockito. Mockito folks have created one extension of JUnit which understands all this at mock annotation and all. Run this test using that extension, right? So we want to tell JUnit, you won't understand all the annotations in this test. Take the help of a Mockito provided extension of JUnit to run this test. So to do that in JUnit 5, we have an annotation called @extend with. In old versions of JUnit, it was run with a runner. So in JUnit 4, the annotation was called run and the classes were called runners. In JUnit 5, these are called extensions and the annotation is extend with. Extend with. I don't remember the class name. I think it is Mockito JUnit run extension.class. Mockito extension.class, I think.
Yes, sir. Mockito extension.class.
Yeah, Mockito extension.class. Yeah, Mockito extension.class. Right. So now this tells Mockito that, this tells JUnit that you should execute this test by taking the help of this extension. This extension will understand all this at mock annotation and all. Okay, so we're still not bringing in Spring. We are bringing in Mockito during testing, Mockito extension during testing. Okay, so this is now this test will also go through because this Mockito extension will understand this mock and inject the mock. All right, so this is how we can unit test the service layer out of container test. Okay, so this is what is testing the service. Now, let me up the ante a little bit. which is how do I unit test the controller then? I want to unit test the controller, the web layer. Isn't there significant amount of logic in the controller? Can I unit test the controller also like how I unit tested the service layer? What should I do to unit test the controller?
Same way we can do.
We have to mock the URL.
Same like how I unit tested, I can do. I have to mock what?
The HTTP request URL.
We'll mock the service.
Mock the service, no? Because that's the dependency of controller. I have to mock the service layer. I have to mock the service layer, inject the service layer. I have to inject the service layer mock. And if I were to unit test it like a Java object, shall I call dot get product by ID method with one int and receive a response entity?
No, so we'll just use the get and the URI slash.
If I try to unit test it like a service layer and call the Java method directly and get the Java return value directly, it will test the logic, no doubt. But will that test cover the URL resolution correctly? Will that test cover JSON generation correctly? I hope I'm not confusing you. Is my question clear? My question is very simply, in my test, if I write a test case where I do new on this controller and inject the mock service, and on the controller object, if I call get product by ID and pass one int and get one response entity object as a result and assert that response entity object, will I be testing whether the URL is getting matched correctly, whether the JSON is getting generated correctly?
No, sir.
No. If I try to test the controller as a Java object only, with Java method call being the action, it will not fully capture the behavior of controller. It will not capture whether the URL resolution is happening, request mapping is happening correctly or not, whether the JSON generation is happening correctly or not. That is not matched correctly. That is not covered. So I have to test it like a web component. I have to somehow send a HTTP request, right? I have to somehow send a HTTP request for product/some ID. I have to get the HTTP response. In the HTTP response, I have to see whether the JSON is correctly there or not, whether the status code is correct or not. Correct? That will cover, that will include the request handling and response generation aspects of the controller as well. So when it comes to controller, I cannot test it like how I tested service layer with just Java method call, Java parameter and Java return value. I have to test it with request and response, which means should the framework not be involved? Because ultimately it is the framework which will do the mapping. It is the framework which will generate it is Spring which will generate the response also, the JSON and all that. So should I bring up the whole Spring framework? And then it will become integration test, no? If I bring up the whole framework with controller, real service and everything, it will bring up real database. It will become integration test. So I want to do unit test, but with framework. So creators of Spring framework knew that, oh, people won't be able to do unit test of the controller if the framework does not somehow support it. So Spring framework provides support for unit testing along with certain selective features. This is what is called slices in Spring. So I can bring up only the web slice of, imagine it's lunchtime. Imagine a nice cassata ice cream with various layers in it. So web is one, service is another, data access layer is another. So it is possible for you to bring up the Spring framework with only the web slice.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
The thing is, like, we don't know how the mapping is happening. From what is the request comes in what format in Java, how it is handled.
Correct.
Like from JSON object up to Java object.
Correct. So I
that's
should be
I'm
able
confused.
to make an HTTP request, no?
That thing, sir, I'm confused.
Correct. We shall see. Wait. So basically, I should not. My test should cover from HTTP request to this method call also. I should not directly call this. Okay, so there should be a way for me to simulate an HTTP request and get a HTTP response, proper request response, right? So this is where framework provides a support for simulating a test environment. So Spring has a test context framework which supports unit testing with a particular slice. That slice is web slice for our test case. So let us create a test. Those of you who are feeling confused how to do this, hopefully, doing this will help. Next, let me write the test case. I will write a test case, right click, new, JUnit test case in the web package. And what is the test I want to product controller test, right? So product controller test. Be prepared mentally for complex API because it involves a lot of API. Nobody will be able to remember everything. Get the idea, get the concept. As you practice more, you will become comfortable. Even I am not 100% comfortable with all the classes, all the methods in it, but the concept is important. How we go about, because it's a big vast API. This unit testing, the web layer is the support classes are really big vast API. I'll call it product controller test, right? So first up, this test cannot be done without the support of Spring. This test, like how Mockito provides its own extension, Spring provides its own extension. So extend with Spring extension and with Spring extension dot class. Now I can use annotations that Spring understands for unit testing. One such annotation is I want to tell Spring that, hey, this is a web related test. So you should bring up a simulated web environment, web slice of Spring. So for that, there is an annotation called @WebMVC test. @WebMVC test. So this will tell Spring that, okay, bring up a web slice in a test environment. So which controller are we going to test? I am going to test only one controller, which is the product controller. So product controller dot class. So we are telling Spring, don't bother to instantiate the other controller classes and all. There may be a number of controllers. This only concentrates on product controller. So only bring up the product controller. So it won't bring up Tomcat and all. It will bring up only this. No web server and all won't come, but only the Spring framework dispatch servlet as it will come, and it would have scanned the product controller and is ready to handle requests for product controller. Right? Now, what do I want to test inside it? What I want to test is this, let's say, get product by ID. So I will create a test, let's say test get product by ID. Again, I can give a lengthy, more meaningful name. Right? This is the test case I want to write. Now, like how there was a, how we used at mock to mock the DAO. What should I mock now? I'm testing the controller. So what should I mock?
Service.
Service, right? So I should create a mock of the service. So like how I add up at mock annotation, for Spring based thing, there is a similar annotation called @ mock bean. So mock bean product service. Mock service. What is the difference between mock bean and mock? Well, in mock bean, it also tells that create a mock and use it as a bean, which means wherever a bean of type product service is required, in particular in this controller class, Spring will inject this mock bean. It will inject this mock as the bean. So Spring will take care of injecting the mock object as a bean into, as a dependency into product controller. Because, we are not directly doing new and instantiating the controller. Spring test context, Spring test framework is instantiating the controller. Into that controller, it will inject this product service mock bean. Okay, now what is the rhythm of this? What is the rhythm of this? AAA. What will be the arrange now?
Arrange, act.
What will I do in arrange? Creating the object under test is taken care of by framework. Framework is taken care of creating the product controller object behind the scene. Okay. Next, what is the other arrange? Mock object creation is also taken care of by this framework, by the annotation. What else should we do? Training the mock, I should only know. Framework doesn't know, right? So what will this get product by ID do? It will call find by ID with one integer, and I should return one product object. Okay, so I should train the mock. So I will do in ID equal to, let us say 1, and I will create a product object, product data returned by mock equal to new product, whatever test, some quantity on hand, right? And that the data returned by mock dot set ID, because my constructor doesn't take ID, that ID. And now I should train the mock, right? Mock service, that is Mockito. When Mockito.when service dot find by ID is called with this ID dot then return this data returned by mock, right? So this is the training. Okay, then return. So I'm training the mock. Listen, whenever this find by ID is called with this ID, just return this data returned by mock, right? Because what I want to simulate is I want to make a HTTP GET request to product/ID, right? It will call this get product by ID, which will call service.find by ID. So I'm training the mock. So the service will be a mock object, and I'm training the mock. Hey, return this hard-coded value, right? So now what we should do is, this is the arrange. The rest of the arrangement is taken care of. This takes care of instantiating the controller. This takes care of instantiating the mock. And we have trained the mock. Then I have to act and assert. Act and assert, right? I have to. And so in this style, both are kind of combined together. Both are kind of combined together. So act and assert. So what should be the act now is the question. What should be the act?
We should call the controller based on the URI specified.
I should call the controller, as in I should call this Java method, get product
No.
by ID.
Based on the
URI.
I should simulate an HTTP request, right? I should make an HTTP as if I should simulate an HTTP get request for. I should make an HTTP get request for /product/ID, right? That's what I should do. Right? And I should assert that status code is 200. I should assert that status code is 200. Right? So how do I simulate an HTTP request? Because full server is not a, so Spring Framework provides a way to simulate HTTP request. So to work with this mocked up environment of this web container and to simulate HTTP requests, your Spring provides one utility object called MockMvc. It is purely for the purpose of testing, only to be used in, tests. MockMvc. It provides one object. So notice from which package this MockMvc comes from. It comes from a package called org.springframework.test. That is, it's a testing utility provided by Spring to simulate HTTP requests into this test environment, And I can ask Spring, hey, give me this object using a AutoWire. Spring will inject it into me. Now, this is used to simulate request, right? So I will do that MockMvc object dot perform a request, perform an HTTP request, right? So it has a perform method. So what kind of request to perform? It uses the builder pattern. So there is a request builder. So there is a MockMvc request builder. MockMvc request builders. This is the API part I said may sound a little intimidating. Don't worry about nobody can remember all this. There is some API to build a get request, to build request. So I will call .get, right? So I will call a get request for what is the URI pattern /products/curly braces ID. And what should be there for that curly braces ID? That variable value ID, right? So perform a get request for this /products/ID. Okay, it sends a get request. And then expect what to verify? We should verify that status is okay, 200. That's what we want to test, right? That is what is the assertion we want to do, that we get 200 as the status code, right? Because we should find this ID is 1. So we have trained the mock to return a product with ID 1. So we should find that the status code is 200. So and expect what? Expect a result match. So MockMvc result matches status dot is 200. You can see what we are doing is MockMvc dot perform a get request. This throw exception. So add the throws declaration for exception. So what we are telling is perform a get request. Perform a get request. Perform a get request, right? For /product/ID with this ID and expect the status code to be So this is how, using this MockMvc object, you simulate a get request, and in the response, you expect the status code to be success. So this is how you can test the unit test the controller layer. So it will simulate, it will break partially the framework, it will take the request, see if it gets resolved correctly to any method, and generate the response. Some of you might have seen another type of test, at Spring Boot test annotation, and maybe wondering, hey, I was expecting that, but this guy is showing something else. Any of you seen that at Spring Boot test annotation on your test cases?
Yes.
That is integration test. That is not unit test. Okay. When you use at Spring Boot test, it brings up all the beans and will do the dependency injection of all the beans, right? So that is for integration testing. You use at Spring Boot test annotation. Right. So this is how you unit test it. There is also something called JSON path to verify the content of JSON. Yeah, go ahead. Somebody is asking something.
Sir, actually, I'm asking here, with the help of constructor, we are passing the parameter in product table, means whatever the
No
fields
table.
are.
This is just the object. Yeah.
Yes. Sir, here a product table is independent, but like in our post method, if we have to pass the parameter or we have to pass the object, like one object is from product and product is also getting other fields from other object like a product reviews and one more table. So at that time, how we can pass the object of that different entities also in that?
No. Firstly, I think your question is this is for training the mock. Okay, there is no database involved here in the test at all. Control is never going beyond the controller layer.
Sir, means you are trying to say we are just here mocking the object. So
Correct.
if we are passing the less parameter in mock object, so it will work in that case also?
Basically, whatever object that I prepared here and trained the mock. So when my controller code calls service.findById, that object is returned, whatever I have configured. That's all. This logic will take over then. So basically, what are we doing? What we are doing is I'm creating a product object and training that mock. When findById with 1 is called, please return this object, right? That we prepared here. So when the control goes into this get product by ID and service.findById is called, whatever object that I prepared in my test case, that is what is returned as P. That's all that is happening. If your code here was expecting reviews also to be present, that won't be present because I have not put reviews into this product object. Was that your question? I think you're kind of confused with control going to the database. Control is not going to database at all.
Sir, like I am asking, here we have created the unit test for gate, but if we are creating a unit test for post, actually, yes, sir. In that case, it might be case like one entity is dependent on one or two more other entities. So at that time means how we can pass the value in constructor.
It's not a question of you have to create all those objects, prepare them and pass. That is, in Postman, what would you have done? You would have created a JSON with the one product object. Firstly, okay, first let me clarify this. I think I heard this from yesterday. While creating, I think many of you seem to be depending on nested object creation in one shot, wholesale. I will create a product object with all the product data, along with all the review data, along with everything in one big nested JSON I will pass, and the server will create everything. That whole style is not good. Create one object at a time, right? So your API should allow first the creation of product object and then addition of reviews into it, right? Don't try to do cascaded insert. Don't expect the client to form. Imagine you are writing that JavaScript Angular application, and that Angular application will create one product object along with all the review objects and do one wholesale insert of a whole hierarchy of objects. That rarely happens. Okay. So first of all, you are discouraged from using such kind of, I will create a clinic along with all its services and inside service along with all its specialities in one go. No, that rarely happens. First, you will create a clinic, then you will add one by one services to it. That is how the real world application will be. That's how your API should be. Okay. Don't try to do wholesale insertion of everything in one go. That is discouraged. Client application will become too complex. Anyway, but if that is the case, let's say you have created product along with its reviews to be inserted in one go, then you have to have, you have to create, let us say, you have to create one more test, which is test add order. Here, what you will do is you have to train the mock to inside our post. What are we doing? Okay, sorry, where is my code? In my post, what am I doing? We are calling service.addProduct, right? So what we are doing is we have to train the mock. I have to train the mock here that mockito.when mock service.add product. Forget all this, right? I don't think I have the full time, but let me give you the sense at least. Add product with the add new product with the mockito dot anything with anything as with any parameter add new product is called, simply then return one. Okay, I have trained the mock. So I've trained the mock for success. That is when add new product is called with any object as argument, return one, right? So now I have to, I have to perform a post. So I have to do, I will, as part of the preparation, I will call this won't be data returned by, thing. So this will be, data passed, data passed to post equal to new product, and data passed to post dot set ID 1. So what we want to do is we want to do here, rather than dot get, I will do dot post, dot post with for the URI, URI dot create slash products, right? And we will have dot body. Okay, that is for URI, sorry. Dot content type to be media type dot application slash JSON. JSON, right? And after content type, I will do dot the body, not body, what is it called? An entity. Okay. Methods in it.
Dot content.
Yeah, there is a dot content. I can see that I used to use something else.
Accept dot accept.
Dot accept is okay, JSON. Okay, there is a another method. Just wait, hang on. It is dot. Now I should be able to pass the entire that object, na?
Do and do.
As a JSON, like object mapper.
Yeah, I can always use object mapper dot, pass the bytes. Okay, let me pick up from one of my existing code. Somewhere I had done that. So you have to, so you will convert that object into JSON and pass. You will convert that object into JSON and pass, right, into the post. So if you want nested object, create the nested objects and pass. If you want the nested object, create the nested object and pass. Right. So right. So you will have to get that. Yes.
Is that verify?
No, not verify. Verify is used to check whether the expected method was called or not.
Okay.
One second. With the I don't know. 1 second. Dot. 1 second. Okay, I'm not finding code. Let me Google it. Post with the MockMvc. Yeah, I'll have to convert it into object mapper dot, and I can create a JSON and pass. Create whatever JSON and pass it. Use object mapper dot. I can use object mapper dot content and pass the byte array or the content, whatever JSON I can pass. Right. So either manually create the JSON or use object mapper to convert this product object into JSON and pass it in the body. And then you will check whether the status is 201 or right. So this is where the actual JSON goes. Instead of hard coding the JSON, have the product object converted into a JSON using object mapper. Right. So if your API expects nested objects, you have to pass it. Right. Whatever you would have manually typed in Postman, you will programmatically generate that JSON and pass it. That's all. I think that was your question, right? Was that your question?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes,
so,
sir.
And then you programmatically verify whether the status code is 201 or not. Right. So of course I have left this empty. You fill it up with the real JSON. Do object mapper dot convert this product object into JSON and pass it. Also, I've run out of time, but you can also verify JSON. That is, not only you can verify status code is 200, you can also verify JSON. Like how you have dot status, there is a method called dot JSON path. Please Google up JSON path syntax. It's very easy to follow. There are, you can do something like you can not only expect status code to be 200, you can also expect one more result matching MockMvc result matchers dot JSON path to be let's say from the root object, dollar is root object dot ID means within the root object there is a property called ID. That value is 1, right? So here, so you can use for matches. It's one of the library handcrest core matches dot is 1 is ID, right? So this will also match that not only the status code is 200, but in the JSON that is returned, ID property value is 1, right? Because you can't use string comparison to match the JSON, right? Because JSON will have all the new line, tab, and all. String comparison is very not inappropriate. So you can extract each value of the property from the JSON and verify, assert that it is, all these expectations are assert. This perform is the act, and these expectations are, each of these are asserts. We are asserting that ID key in the JSON is this value 1, right? So that is how you can unit test the
Sir, here a dollar is used to access the attributes of the class.
No, dollar is the root of the nothing. This part of JSON path syntax here. Just Google for JSON path tutorial, you'll understand what is dollar. JSON path is one syntax. Just Google for JSON path syntax. This dollar and all is part of JSON path syntax. It is the syntax for navigating the JSON and extracting values. So this syntax means starting from root element, root of the JSON, go to ID property. That's what it means. Right. So this is how you unit test. I hope you got the ideas of mock and all. Yeah. Any more questions? Yep.
Sir. Yeah, sir. I just want to ask you because I'm doing a test for update, but just I have a doubt. So it is similar to add or how to do it for update.
Test for
there
what?
Is
update.
A add and save. Update.
What is there? Like okay, in my code. Okay, I have an update now. I wrote one update existing. I should pass. I should make an HTTP put request for dot perform for MockMvc result builders dot put. This is the URI, right? And then I should have a body with a product object, content to be a product object, and I should do and expect status to be 200, and I expect JSON path that in the result JSON there will be whatever attributes with a given value. That's what I should do now. That is, here I will use dot put. Like here, I will do dot put. Not here, sorry. Here perform dot put, and for whatever URI, and I will do status is 200 and whatever you expect. Once you know how to make a get request, why are you confused how to make a put request or post request? Instead of get method, you will call dot put method, dot post method here, and you will pass the necessary URI. And in the status, you will verify whatever that method is returning. It is returning 200 or it is returning 201. That's all, no? So the way you write your test case depends on the way you have implemented, what kind of input output you are passing. I hope I answered you. Basically, in Postman, how would you have done the test? You would have done some request method.